I'll open with the karakia timatanga. Tū taua mai I ruka, tū taua mai I raro, tū taua mai I roto, tū taua mai I waho, kia tauta I te Māori tū, te Māori ora ki te katoa, haumie, huie, tai kie. Right, welcome to the meeting. There is no public forum today. And moving on to apologies, we have an apology from Councillor Steve Walker. And I will move that the committee accepts the apology from Councillor Steve Walker. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. So confirmation of the agenda. Has anyone got anything they would like to change? No. I will move that the committee confirms the agenda without additional alteration. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. I am going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates from yesterday? Nope. I move that we just note the declarations of interest. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare that the motion is carried. Confirmation of minutes. Has anybody got any comments, additions, changes to the minutes? Therefore, I will move that the committee confirms the public part of the minutes of the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee meeting held on the 19th of June 2024 as a correct record. I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. All right, we'll move to Part A reports. We have the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee Forward Work Programme. Ms. Nicola Miranda will speak to the report. Do you wish to speak to the report or happy just to take questions?
Just an amendment to one of the items to Taki Hararu. There is just a typo there. It should, in progress to date, it should state the draft Taki Hararu implementation plan will be presented to Pai Māori, which will be occurring on the 4th of October. And happy to take questions.
Does anyone have any questions of the Forward Work Programme? I just have one, which is around the when the council will get the terms of reference for the Heritage Advisory Group.
I can answer that if you like. They are aiming to have it in either October or November.
Is it possible that it could come to council? Just if we have spec meetings, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions of the Forward Work Programme?
Check all your loved ones. There's been a massive accident right behind the railway station. I've just driven in and they screamed to me to ring 111. There's a car on its side, there's a person trapped, and there's 3 other cars really badly smashed. It's awful. In Ward or Thomasburn, I think it is. It's really, really horrific. I'm quite shaken. Sorry.
Thank you, Carmen. Our sympathies and our thoughts go with everyone that's involved. I will move that the committee notes the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee Forward Work Programme. Seconder, Councillor Gilbert. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare that the motion is carried. So we'll move to number 8, which is the DCC submission on New Zealand's second emissions reduction plan. Who's going to speak to the report? So I've got Scott McLean, Florence Reynolds and Rory McLean will speak to the report. Kia ora, welcome to the table. Now, does anyone have any questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, team. Paragraph 24, where you note where it's noted about the proposal for blanket changes to speed limits. I wonder, is there an opportunity to strengthen that paragraph? I've certainly had a lot of feedback from people in the community that they want to see speed limits lowered and want us to retain our ability to do that, and are not at all in favour of that. So I think it's a really important thing for our community, and we had somebody at Public Forum yesterday on this very matter, which was a very moving presentation. So is there some way that we could strengthen that paragraph?
Yes, we could strengthen that.
Leave it to the team to work out the wording and how it might be strengthened, but that would be my thoughts.
Are there any other questions? I know we had a great workshop. Thank you, Councillor Wiley.
I take it on the other side, we could leave the wording as is.
Thanks, Councillor. We're happy to take guidance from Council on any amendments that need to be made.
I'm just wondering if, Councillor Gary, do you wish to make an amendment that we would discuss and then vote on?
Yes, happy to, but I'd want an adjournment to deal with that at some appropriate point. So
if there's any more questions?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, has anyone got any more questions?
Paragraph 39, you talk this does not support the cancellation of programs. Are those programs still running? I thought ECHA was. I'm not sure about GEDI.
They've kind of been defunded, so there's a kind of a envelope of funding available that ECHA are kind of working their way through, is my understanding, but there's not more ETS revenue going into the fund. So there may still be, I'm not totally across how much money's left, but they're not continuing to put emissions trading scheme revenue into that GIDI fund.
So it says we do not support the cancellation of programs. So have the programs been cancelled?
That's one of the proposals in the ERP. They're at the same time as proposing the second emissions reduction plan, they're also proposing discontinuing several policies from their first emissions reduction plan, of which this was one of them. Yep.
Are there any more questions? Then I'm going to move that we take a short adjournment. Seconded by Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. That is carry. We shall take a 5-minute adjournment till 10:15. Hopefully that's long enough. Councillor Gary would like to move it. Is there
I
a
would.
seconder? Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor Gary, would you like to speak to it?
I would. Apologies to colleagues for interrupting the meeting so quickly, but I thought this was fairly straightforward and fairly logical, given the presentation we had yesterday and the impact that speed limits have on our communities. I thank the team for the wording they put in there, but what I'd like to do is see it strengthened. And so we've just simply added any changes to speed limits should be evidence-based. And the evidence is really clear that the chance of death or serious injury is so much more the faster you go. And I know in some of our papers we've seen some statistics on that. I just can't recall exactly where they are, but it's quite extraordinary. And it is a miracle that yesterday we heard about the 14-year-old Waitati, that young person wasn't killed. And I'll just give you one of the blanket proposals and how an example and how it just doesn't work. So one of the proposals the government is suggesting is that around schools there is a blanket proposal in place, which is that there should be variable speeds around schools. Now that simply doesn't work. We know that from the work we've done, the consultation we've done with our school communities to come up with bespoke responses around speeds and whether they're variable or not for individual schools. And I take the example of McAndrew Bay, where the school is there, and I haven't measured the 300 metres proposed for the limit of a variable reduction in speed, but I can tell you that people don't stop to look at the small print on a sign, and if the speed limit for that area, for that school, is only during school times and just around school times, it simply won't work, because there is a shop, which is the hub of the community. The kids come and go from the shop. They cross the road to the beach. There's a playground adjacent. It won't necessarily be captured by that 300 metres. So what I'm saying to you is that blanket speed limit changes do not work. They need to be bespoke for a particular situation, and that's what this council has been doing to respond to our community. And some of us don't like it. We don't like having to go slow. It's inconvenient. And I lived through that on the peninsula with the speed limit changes there. But it's all settled down, and what we haven't got are accidents and people being hurt and killed. So this is a really important paragraph, and I just think we need to remind the government that any changes need to be based on evidence. That's the decision making we should be making. We should always be basing it on evidence.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Wiley.
This submission is actually one to the Ministry of Environment. It's not to the Minister of Transport or anything on that basis. So when I look at this submission, I think it's acknowledging. I thought the wording was appropriate as it was for the Ministry of Environment. So I was happy with the wording on that basis. The other thing is, when we look at, and the councillor has just talked about the issue pertaining to them and what they think is important, I think we have to take a wider context to that. So I was happy with the wording that was there presently.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
The government's position on transport is efficiency, and of course I'll just say that yes, there's evidence to say that you speed up, be more efficient, so I'm happy enough for it to go in, but I think the impact's going to be relatively minor.
Any other speakers? Councillor Hurlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a wee bit confused about this. Sorry, my mind's gone blank. What's that called? I know it. Motion or amendment. But just because of who it goes to, because, yeah, when you look at it, it is to the Minister of Environment. If it was to the Transport Minister or the or something to do with roads, it's not, doesn't seem to be directly related to that change. I'm just a wee bit confused by that. Thank you.
And
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. I hear what people are saying in terms of who this is going to and whether it will make any change or not. Given the program of rollbacks in terms of all sorts of things, including anti-smoking legislation, blah blah blah, I think it's really I think it's really important for us to hold the line and not focus on what the government will do or won't do, but actually hold the line and say, we are pursuing, despite the government's antisocial rollbacks in all sorts of areas, I think we should actually declare and strengthen our position, or say our position is stronger than the government's current proposals. Kia ora.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Councillor Lefiso and also with Councillor Gary, which she mentioned that, you know, some of our speed limit changes need to be bespoke because particularly around schools and rural spaces, we've got a lot of different conditions and issues that govern our thinking behind the changes to speed. And I think there is nothing wrong with putting in that one line requesting evidence-based information, because for me the lens that I'm always going to take is safety first, especially with regard to our tamariki. And it's been really disappointing that we had intended to roll out all these 30k speed limits and they've been revoked. So as Councillor Lefiso says, we need to hold the line, and if we can send a message anytime back to our ministers and government, we should make our stance very clear, and my stance is safety first. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Like Councillor Wiley, I was happy with the wording, the original wording of the item 20 or number 24. However, I'm also aware that this is going to the Minister for the Environment and not Minister of Transport, Minister of Health and Safety or whatever. However, having said all of that, what we're asking for is evidence. We're not saying it needs to be safety evidence or evidence of safety. We're just saying any decision made can't be just arbitrary and throw it around. It needs to be based on evidence. So, again, like Councillor O'Malley, happy with it going in. Don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. If they're going to listen, they're going to listen. If they're going to think things through, they're going to think things through. If they're going to do it by logic and evidence, they're going to do so, whether or not we have this line in, but I'm happy for it to go in on that basis.
Mr Mayor.
Yes, look, I agree with Councillor Wiley that the clause was strong enough as it sat. However, this addition is actually quite useful because it can go either way. And so if there's evidence for increasing speed limits where they have been decreased, then it speaks to that point. You know, any changes to speed limits should be evidence-based. So if evidence can be reduced in the opposite direction, then this clause works both ways. So I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Vandervis.
I agree with Mayor Raddick that all our decisions should be evidence-based, and that the evidence regarding speed is not merely evidence to reduce speeds. I've recently attended my sister-in-law's wedding in Germany and had the pleasure of driving legally on their autobahns at 160 kilometres an hour, and noted that some of their highways have no speed limit at all. And interestingly, we kill twice as many people on our roads here in New Zealand as die per kilometre travelled in Germany. This despite the fact that Germany has far higher traffic densities, far worse weather, snow and ice in the winter, and has a great number of tourists and people from other countries using their highway network. So if we are going to look at evidence, I think we need to look at all of the evidence. We need to recognise that one of the major problems with safety on our roads is lack of attention, and that if people are forced to drive too slowly, they start looking at the scenery, and that becomes a problem all of its own. So entirely happy with this amendment. I believe all our decisions should be evidence-based, and I look forward to a balance of evidence being provided for any future decisions.
I'll just quickly speak. I support this as well. This is about an emissions reduction plan submission. And so we do want evidence based on that, and we also need evidence around safety in our community. So I'm happy to support this motion. You're right to reply, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If anyone's driven or been a passenger on the Autobahn, I can tell you it's a terrifying experience. But that being as it may, the evidence around speed limits and speed and injury and death is very clear. And I actually don't care who this is going to. We need to be consistent, yes, consistent in our messaging about what this council stands for. What are you going to say to that woman who came yesterday, Amy Parker, who told us about the impact of that accident, which could have been so much worse, and all the communities who've had experiences with near misses? What are you going to say to them if you don't have a consistent message? And to my colleague on my right, this is the wider context for me. I hear on a regular basis across this city from people in the community who are really concerned about this government's position, and I too hold a concern that they're not going to listen. But does that mean we shouldn't try? No, we should try. We should be consistent in our messaging, and it's what I stand for. So thank you to the colleagues who support this. It's quite simple, really.
Thank you, everyone. I have just learnt that in amendments there is no right of reply. However, that's a learning we can all take forward. I didn't know that. Now I do. So I will put this motion. All those in favour say aye. By division.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
Motion declared carried 11-3.
Now we'll continue with the substantive resolution. Would anyone like to move the resolution? Okay, therefore I will move the resolution that the committee approves the draft DCC submission with any amendments on New Zealand's second emissions reduction plan discussion document, and B, authorises the Chief Executive to make any minor editorial changes to the submission if required. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say, I draw my colleagues' attention to paragraph 41, which continues this council's long-held view that we do not support the development of any new fossil fuel baseload generation, and that we submit that investments in energy infrastructure should be made for the long term rather than relying on gas as an interim fuel. And also paragraph 43, which again restates our position around a moratorium on deep sea oil and gas exploration and extraction in New Zealand waters, and urges the government to not reverse the ban as it would increase emissions. I thank the team for their work on this submission that reflects our position as a council, in many cases long held positions.
Anyone else? I'd just like to say, oops, they've gone. Thank you to the staff for running the workshop that they did, because I think that helped us move through this a little bit faster than we would. And I especially like to point out to the conclusion, which perhaps should be at the start, overall DCC submits that the government should take a leading role in gross emissions reduction to support better long-term economic, environmental and social outcomes for all New Zealanders. Dunedin itself has committed to carbon zero, our waste reduction, etc. And it was good to see those reflected in here, but we also need government to lead the way, and it's very disappointing that they have minimised a lot of the, or reduced the level of ambition on emissions reduction. So I think our submission has very clear points, very well put. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Right, we shall move on to initiation of multi-unit development and heritage plan change to the 2GP item 9. Dr. Anna Johnson and Ms. Emma Christmas will speak to the report. And David Ward. Oh, and Mark Maudsley. Kia ora, welcome. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if you could clarify for people in the community who came to the annual plan around design outcomes for multi-unit developments, and we're a little confused about the process from here on in. What I see in the table on page 171, there's mention of the submissions and hearings process, but there seemed to be a little bit of confusion out in the community about how the community can interact with this process. I wonder if you could clarify that.
Okay, so there's been a public survey that's been run and widely advertised and had high response rates, so that's been the first opportunity. There's been some key stakeholder groups, so those are quite small groups, primarily with designers to try to work through and developers to work through some of those issues. When we get to the notification stage, the primary means for people to engage with the process is through that public submission process. However, having said that, we do get informal contact from people all the time, and we have had contact from people in the community. So if there's a burning issue that people would like to talk to us about, they don't have to wait to a formal process to engage with us to let us know what they think.
I think the confusion may have come during the survey, the public survey process, and some misunderstandings. So I just draw that to your attention, but it's a great process.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Two questions. One is in relation to the heritage buildings and the identification of those buildings that we want, obviously, to go onto the heritage schedule. So does the staff identify the buildings, and then so what's the process going to be in relation to that, or is that going to be part of what the submission process is? What's the process in relation to that?
I think Mr. Maudsley's best to speak to the process the heritage advisors use to assess buildings. However, the scheduled buildings that at the moment there's some consultation, some contact with building owners around is related to Plan Change 1 rather than this plan change. So, and that plan change will be notified this year and will have submissions. So all those landowners will be written to again, and will have the opportunity to make submissions on the inclusion of their buildings. But I think if you'd like to know how the assessments are done, Mr. Maudsley's the best person, if that's the nature of your question.
I guess my question is, not that I own a heritage building, but if I owned a heritage building that potentially could be listed, how does the staff identify it, and then am I notified, and what's that process? And can I say no, I don't want that on the list, or so what's that process?
Okay, so the process is generally what gets notified is a decision of council, and it's based on staff's assessment under section 32 and a plan change proposal. And the plan change proposal is then finalized through a hearings process. So the way that the community normally engages in any plan change is through submissions, and if they choose to, being heard by a hearings panel. So it is, any plan change starts as a proposed plan change. It's not a final outcome. And so that plan change one will follow that same course of action. So those landowners have the ability to participate in that process and make the case to the hearings panel, who will make the final decision on the inclusion.
Or if my house, my heritage building is not listed, I can submit as well.
Yes, so that will be an option as well. Yeah.
My other question is in relation to the multi-unit development, and obviously it's about the design principles. Did we not used to have an urban design advisory panel that something like that could go to? Do we no longer have that?
No, we've never had an urban design panel. It has come to council many years ago. I only know because I've been here for a very long time. I think there's been maybe about 10 years ago or something was the last report where council considered it, but they've never chosen to go forward with that approach.
Can I just ask a quick question? I've Mr. Maudsley, is in the Heritage Action Plan, was there an action to have a panel to help advise for buildings?
In the Heritage Action Plan implementation plan, we talked about an advisory group, which would be to review the progress of the action plan. So we haven't established that yet, but that will be part of finalising the implementation plan.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was an action that was like a, not that advisory group, but someone to advise on buildings within the town. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't quite remember.
There was an action to identify buildings around the city for scheduling and to develop a program for doing that assessment work to support the proposed scheduling.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley?
Just a comment on or a question on the hard surfacing and the concerns that are with intensification. And it's really a question for senior staff. Councillor Benson Pope and I have definitely raised in the past that we feel that there's been breaching of the hard surfacing rules, and we don't seem to have an enforcement component to what we do. So how can it's more of a rhetorical question really, but it is to staff, I think. How do we bring about changes in the district plan if we don't enforce them, if we see it looks like there's breaches going on? I can't see how we weaken ourselves quite dramatically if we don't have an enforcement component. So I guess the question is, what are we going to do about enforcing the district plan if we see breaches, especially around this intensification and the hard surfacing?
In principle, then we should review our enforcement actions and endeavour to take action where it is appropriate. Otherwise, as you rightly point out, the plan itself is weakened by not doing that, by inaction.
Thanks. So I guess my next question will be then, when can we, or it looks like Councillor Benson Pope's going to ask the question.
Councillor Benson Pope.
So following on from your response, can I take it then that if I resubmit photographs that I've already submitted to staff, which demonstrate clear breaches of the maximum site coverage rules, you will take enforcement action? Or investigate?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you.
I'll add it to the matters for consideration by the Chair, shall I? So we can track it. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. My question is a semantic one. I have a problem. I'm confused by the definition of significant heritage values. I'm stoked that what we're putting forward protects heritage buildings or gives improved protection for heritage buildings, but it's that use of the word significant heritage values. Can you kind of define a little bit what significant heritage values would be?
Yeah, certainly. So what we undertake is an assessment of heritage values in accordance with the criterion that are in the district plan, and we do the research to determine whether or not heritage values are present and whether or not they meet the threshold to be significant. So what we look at is the existing schedule, the buildings that are identified on that, and determine whether the values in any one building are of a high enough threshold that they meet that significance threshold. So for example, a significance criteria is design. And if a building has design significance, it may have reached a good level of architectural or aesthetic qualities and contributes to the understanding of Dunedin as a place or our knowledge of the development of Dunedin.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm happy to move option 1 when the time comes.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering, because I'm thinking of a scenario where, you know, someone's bought a property, they weren't told it was a heritage property or of any significance, and then all of a sudden that category changes. What are the implications cost-wise for that if they want to do renovations and things like that? Because I believe it can be more expensive or more difficult to change or do things to a heritage building, or one that's been characterised as a heritage building now that wasn't before.
I might just start with a sort of a general introduction with the approach with heritage and with other matters. Council tries to use a mix of an incentives and a regulatory approach. So it's definitely a carrots and sticks situation with heritage and things like biodiversity. So we have the heritage grants. We have a good budget around heritage grants. We also look at the costs of consent. So we have a schedule of free consents, which will be reviewed in the LTP to confirm that we're covering enough of the types of consents that are these public good type consents for work on heritage buildings. And there's also sort of some other financial tools that could be considered by council and would be part of the taking the heritage action plan work forward, is to really review that we have enough incentives around heritage. So the intent is to not purely take a regulatory approach, because there is a process to go through for some works, and Mark can explain to you a little bit more about the detail of that if you'd like to know it, if you're undertaking works on the protected part of a scheduled building. So only parts of the buildings are usually scheduled, so there are many things you can do that probably don't require consent. But we do try to create a package of things for people so that their contribution to the public good is recognized, as well as having a regulatory aspect to it.
Thank you. I've got a couple of follow-up questions, if that's okay. Just so in that case, does that mean that maybe the Heritage Fund might double or triple or increase, so that, you know, there's more funds available if more places are becoming registered as, you know, historic or heritage value? Then that impacts on the cost of, you know, looking after those properties. Are we going to help, because we're imposing that on them, are we going to help with more heritage funding?
I think that's a budget question for the 9-year plan, Councillor.
And another question, I had an experience when I was on a board at a school and they had a heritage old school building, and we were told we had to take the roof off. Now, we got, because of repairs, we got a quote from, the people from the Heritage Places Trust came out, and it was going to cost something like $400,000, and then someone at council said, oh no, you can do it this way, and it was a quarter of the price, you know, so it's going to be a lot less. But what sort of regulation are we going to have on controls of that? Because you can get real variance in what it costs to repair and maintain heritage buildings, and the Historic Places Trust, while they do a great job, are often you know what I mean, they want things done to a standard that, understandably, they want to keep things good, but sometimes those are so cost prohibitive that people are completely put off and can't afford to do them. is what sort of regulation have we got around that, or any sort of help, or what, you know, because when you get such dramatic changes in price, and I think that happens quite often.
Yeah, so the district plan at this point contains rules around the managing heritage buildings. The proposed plan is to review those to make sure we're getting the right outcomes for building owners. But I think what we're talking about there is Heritage New Zealand Paueri Tonga have their own list and we have our separate schedule. So we manage the schedule through the district plan and the buildings that are on that, and they will provide advice as affected party approval through their list. So without understanding the particulars of what that particular case might be, they maybe have been looking for a different outcome than what the district plan, or at a different level than what the district plan was managing.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Gilbert has indicated he would like to move. Would someone like to second? Councillor Mayhem, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please, just briefly. I am very happy to move this for no other reason than the improvement of protection for buildings with heritage values. I'm not going to use significant, even though the Act does. And for me, any improvement is going to be a welcome one. It's infuriating that while it would be simple for central government, it seems, to lead the way or even give territorial authorities the power and the teeth to be able to protect their own heritage should they choose to do so, their response seems based more on developing a new version or face of the country rather than celebrating our wide and diverse history. The other bit that I now worry about with the vocational education and training review that's up at the moment, to make sure that we do still have the skills to maintain those heritage buildings, which we know is held in very few hands at the moment. So whilst it's great that we're going to protect them, we now need to know how we're going to maintain them and have the skill set in the country. So I'm happy to support this.
Councillor Hurleyhan.
Thank you. As a city, I think we should be very proud of our heritage buildings and protect them wherever possible. I do agree. I think we have buildings in our city of great significance and value, and it's a really good attraction to our city as well. And they certainly look amazing, many of them. However, what I will say, a wee bit of word of warning, if a property is currently not listed as a heritage or a historic building, and now that category changes and it becomes a heritage building, that does have huge implications for an owner of that property. And I have to say, if that was me, I'd be a bit annoyed about it. Because I didn't know I was buying a place that was historic, because I would probably, no offence to the historic buildings, I think they're great, but I probably wouldn't have bought it if in that scenario, because they cost a lot to maintain. You do have to have a bit of an endless, bottomless pocket to keep repairing them and looking after them. And as I mentioned there, that story I told, in reality, you can be held up with a lot of difficulties when different organisations come in to have a say if you want to do anything on the building. So I 100% agree with maintaining and looking after our significant heritage buildings in our city. I am a wee bit concerned about how widely this will be spread on buildings, and just would say please make sure that, you know, this category is only put on really significant buildings, and that support is given to the owners, because they're people who bought that property not knowing it was a heritage property, and I think that's something we need to be very aware of.
Councillor Vandervis.
I'm very keen on the protection of Dunedin's heritage buildings, and I have first-hand experience of having saved a number of them. The Dundas Street Church Complex and Manse just being one of them. The issue that I think we have here, there's a number of them. One of them is what really is significant and who decides. And then protection of heritage buildings. when we legislate, and they have to be done this way or that way, and Councillor Hurlin has highlighted the extraordinary expense of dealing with heritage buildings in a specific way. The real issue is that if we become too regulatory in the way we try to protect our heritage buildings, we will have the opposite effect, and that is diminish the value of those buildings to the point where they don't have any real value anymore, and the only real value is the land under them, and we'll see these buildings destroyed. Dunedin has already seen these things happen. I believe that the stick approach rather than the carrot approach of encouraging heritage building owners to do up or maintain their buildings in a heritage sympathetic way is the way to go. And I think that the Heritage Fund has by and large made a good job of doing that. I think by going steps further and mandating many more buildings to have some kind of legislative protection will actually have the opposite effect. I'm not convinced, despite the fact that this is a good report, and I'm very pleased to see things in this report that we haven't seen too much of before, and particularly on page 171, where it's good to see the staff costs have been tabulated, $500,000 of them plus. This is something that I've called for in the past and not usually been successful in having. Great to see these staff costs being volunteered and actually having a really good idea of what it costs sometimes to get a report or to change legislation to protect things. So it's the reason that I'll be voting against this is because I believe the potential for counter-intentional aspects and the actual complete loss of some of these heritage buildings because we force levels of compliance to heritage values that are simply too high, that are unaffordable, that make the buildings just uneconomic to maintain. I think that stick approach is not appropriate. If we really want to spend our money wisely, we should be putting it into more carrot heritage subsidy rather than trying to force owners to maintain buildings which in some cases I simply can't afford to do.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My goodness, it's all gloom and doom this morning. On the weekend, I was in a heritage protected house. The owners, some years ago when they bought it as a young couple, didn't know that it was listed, which was an oversight on the real estate agent's part, I would suggest to you. But they have done a beautiful job in maintaining and working within that beautiful villa to do it proud. And they spoke, quite unprompted by me and quite unrelated to this paper, about how good it was to deal with Heritage New Zealand, how straightforward it was, what a smooth process, and it was a great outcome. So there's a good story for you. And we all know that our heritage buildings in Dunedin are a part of our unique selling points for the city. We can easily talk ourselves down on this, but I'm certainly not going to do that this morning because I believe through my experience as an RMA Commissioner, and others of you will have experienced this, where we have seen properties come up where they haven't been listed, and the sadness of that and the inability for us to do anything about that. So I really welcome the work that the team is proposing to do, and I think we've got some good mechanisms already. The Heritage Fund is a case in point in terms of the work we've been doing to date. So thank you to the team for this report. This is important work. Is it easy? No, it's not, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. So I commend you on that. It's part of our strength in terms of the character of this city. And for goodness sake, let's not talk it down. As to the multi-unit developments, yes, we need to add to our housing stock, and this is one way we can do it, but it must always be attractive and fit in with our communities where they're built and the design of those. And there's really clever designs out there. This is something that does need attention. All power to the team doing the work, and I will be supporting this wholeheartedly.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is really down to the tension that often exists in a lot of things, the rights of private ownership and the responsibility to community and protection of assets that are almost bigger than you. We also have this with the protected trees. And in the same environment, a tree can get cut down if it's protected, but it must go through a hearing first, so as to look at the value and look at all the balance of it. We have situations now where we have houses that clearly have value that don't have any protection at the moment, and people under Councillor Houlihan's economic imperative have decided to bowl them. And I think that one of the things that we're really relevant here is that by doing this, you actually discourage landowners who are going to take over a building with the intention of flattening it. And so it isn't such a bad thing, to be honest, that they are not going to be interested in that building. And I believe that the others who are interested in it will put the money in and do what they need to do with it, because the buildings have inherent value, and if they're looked after, they return their value. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments to add, Madam Chair. The first one is in respect to, I guess, I'm not overstating it, to refer to an outcry over the demolition in Stewart Street, the imminent demolition of an important house in Stewart Street. So I think at one level this is good response to a very clear demand from the community for more comprehensive protection. I just hope we have the staffing resource to do that with some speed. The other thing that I think people are forgetting, though, is that one of the reasons we have so many successfully restored heritage buildings in Dunedin was not because of our support through the Heritage Fund or anything else, although that certainly contributes, but it's because we've got some very clever engineers and heritage advocates, and some of them are here often, who have done a fine job of coming up with bespoke solutions, not the expensive, huge engineering solutions that people allude to, but that are appropriate for buildings, to stabilise them and restore them in a way that is cheaper and serves and fit for purpose. And Laurie Forbes is, of course, number one of those, but he's not alone. And it's because of people like that that so many of our heritage buildings have been appropriately restored and strengthened for the future. The Heritage Fund plays an important role. I'll be delighted when we're having budgetary discussions to see Councillor Houlihan move an increase to the Heritage Fund. That will be welcome, and we'll be able to do that if we have a majority. But in the meantime, we'll just carry on nicely as we are. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. As with so many things, a balance is typically the best place to end up. And what we have is a situation where the DCC does provide quite a significant carrot for people to retain their heritage buildings, and we help them not only with money but with advice, support, and suggestions. So that it's good to have that in place, but we also have to have some teeth, and we have to have a process by which we can I suppose, analyse any given situation to come to the best possible decision. And I think I agree with Councillor O'Malley. The extremities that were required to get rid of a tree that had a protection order with some friends of mine recently was quite extreme, yet the beautiful house that they lived in could easily have been demolished. So there is an imbalance there between trees and houses. And the houses do add a lot of character to our city, and people love that about Dunedin. And so I agree with Councillor Benson-Pope. There are so many developers and people who are living or have lived in Dunedin and will live in the Dunedin in the future that do love the classic buildings that we have here and are prepared to put their money up to maintain, restore and protect those buildings in their own right. However, there's always somebody that will want to just simply demolish something because they can get a quick return for their money. So in having the balance of us providing a carrot, we also need to be able to have a stick. So we need to be able to have some measures by which we can moderate a rampant desire to pull everything down, or similarly a great desire to have all of the money from council for their heritage project. So a balance is to be achieved, and I think this paper and does that, and especially item 10, where there's been extensive consultation with the public, and there will be ongoing consultation about it. So I certainly can support this.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. I would just like to add my acknowledgement and thanks to the staff. And I just don't have much to contribute except to say that Councillor Gilbert and I hosted Pakeke kids from years 7 and 8 from DNI, I think. And just to say that the children, being as young as they are aware of their environment and their city, and so they asked a question about historic buildings. So I just want to acknowledge that, and it's not only developers and owners, but it's also about the coming generations. Kia ora.
Just add my piece in. As a person who's been sitting on the Heritage Action Plan, I very much welcome this paper. This is what our community have been asking for, is more protection for our heritage. And we all know that people come to live in Dunedin because of our heritage and the respect that we have for that as the heritage capital of New Zealand. And we also do need to pay tribute to those heritage heroes, as Councillor Benson Pope talked about. And way before there was a heritage fund, there were people like my mother and father, and they came to Dunedin from the North Island, fell in love with a heritage building, and perhaps they should have done their due diligence before they bought it, because everything was very expensive. But there are people out there, and we thank them greatly from the city, who do love our heritage buildings and advocate for them. So I think they'll be pleased to see this coming through. Also want to just comment on the facilitate improved design outcomes for multi-unit developments. I think we've all had a lot of feedback about how many multi-unit developments are going up and how people feel about the way that they look in our city. And also I certainly take on board what Councillor Benson Pope has said about enforcement. I think often I drive past these buildings and do get a little annoyed at how much tar seal is all over areas that I think should be green, and I know that impact on our infrastructure as well. When we did the surveying for doing the Heritage Action Plan, it certainly came up that people thought the DCC was not doing enough to protect heritage buildings, and I think this is a good step forward, so I do welcome it and all the support. We'll write a reply, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. As part of the Heritage Advisory Group, in response to Councillors O'Malley and Benson Pope, there are plenty of people out there with a passion, as you've pointed out, and I would say not just clever engineers, etc., doing it, but passionate people who are quite openly and avidly passionate about buildings, not property, which is, again, I'm all about semantics today. There's quite a bit of a difference there. And Councillor Laufiso is quite right that I think pretty much the first two questions we got asked very bluntly, one was, what are you doing to protect the environment? And the other one was, what are you doing to protect the heritage buildings? So when you've got, that was year 8. And so when you've got kids of that age challenging you on it, it kind of reminds you that by and large we are all just guardians of property for a period of time. And time does move on. So when you buy something, it may be contemporary, but then as time moves on, it does become historic. And if you don't believe me, I am, as I continually remind you, the youngest around the table, and even when I go to Toitu, there are things now in a museum that I played with as a kid, depressing as much as it is. My point is that at the time it was cutting edge, it was new, it was straight out of the box, but now it is seen with the heritage eyes, with historic eyes, and makes me feel weak and depressed when I go in. Yeah, we're all heritage now. But thank you for the support.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare against. Okay.
Against recorded, please.
Okay, got those. I declare the motion is carried. So we'll move on to item 10, Notice of Intent, Town Belt Reserve Management Plan Draft, and we welcome to the table Ms Jeanette Wikaira, Mrs. Heath Ellis and John Brinkley, and Ms Katie Egglesfield. Okay. Egglesfield, thank you. Now, does anyone... Oh, have you got any preamble? Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. Just wanted to note that John Brinkley is away unwell today, so isn't here. And also to note that I understand and have been provided feedback that there have been some a few edits provided to us in the draft plan, and we will staff are aware of this, and we'll work on this afternoon to ensure that we can keep to the time frame. The time frame is important because we want to do this work before the 9-year plan consultation work, and so keeping to this consultation time frame is quite important. If we don't do it now, then it gets pushed out quite a length of time. So we will work to clean up the report in those edits ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Ders.
On page 176, items line 6, it says that proposed actions include a cycle pedestrian horizontal route through the length of the town belt. The town belt covers most of the steepest and most inhospitable mountainous areas of Dunedin's inner area. Areas that are too precipitous usually to be able to build on. How do you propose to get a horizontal cycle pedestrian route through this kind of landforms when extensive bridges would actually be required to do it?
Thank you, Councillor. The consultation that we've had with many of our constituents of Dunedin have indicated this desire, and there have been several suggested routes as part of that. As part of this, we have suggested that we investigate tagging on to the Queen's Drive area, but whether or not that happens will be part of a team effort with Transport to explore.
I think I've heard what you've said, but the proposed actions here are for a cycle pedestrian horizontal route through the length of the town belt, which I believe to be physically, if not impossible, certainly totally unaffordable. Why is it that we are investigating that when it's simply not able to be done?
Sorry, Councillor, thank you for that. We aren't currently investigating it. It has been something that the community has put forward, quite a vocal community has put forward. Currently, the town belt is used quite considerably by cyclists, and they have had input thus far in consultation, and it is something that they have indicated that they would like us to look at. But of course, none of that investigation has started yet.
It says in 6 that the draft plan differs in these ways, indicating that this horizontal route is already in the draft plan. Is that the case or not?
This is the draft plan to go out for consultation. So we've been through one consultation, we've drafted a new plan, it will go out again. So this is the draft plan.
So the draft plan does include a cycle pedestrian horizontal route through the length of the town belt.
Thank you, Councillor. No, it doesn't. It discusses how we can, an opportunity has been identified in the draft plan that we can investigate a horizontal pathway. So it hasn't been identified as a specific route, and there's been no plan put forward specifically for this route. So it would, whether or not it happens or not is not yet to be done.
But it is in the draft plan.
Yes, it has been voiced in the draft plan that we will investigate it. Yeah.
May I just ask, there's the walking and cycling strategic plan that I think is coming to council at some stage. Is there cross-reference from this plan to that plan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We are communicating with Transport on this, and we will be working together as a team to put anything out. Yep.
And just to clarify, the proposal for a cycle pedestrian route comes from the pre-consultation, I'll call it, that went into the draft plan. So this is the community asking for this.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Following on from Councillor Vandervis, and if you go to page 221, converting certain roads into dedicated walking, cycling tracks or returning them to natural bushland as proposed for sections of Queen's Drive. And that really is the only reference in the plan to what Councillor Vandervis was talking about. And my concern is that it's quite buried, and that's quite a key issue that I would think that we would want to hear from. And I just think it needs to be highlighted more and addressed more, because to me, the plan, that is one of the most significant changes in this plan from the previous plan, is the identification of potentially Queen's Drive as the pedestrian cycleway.
Yes, thank you. We also have reference to it in our opportunities section, which is section 6, which is further down in the plan, and then it also discusses it before we go into the objectives and policies, which is section 8, I believe. So there is more mention of it, but I'm happy to have a look and see if we can't put something in the kind of executive summary of the draft plan so that it's highlighted again.
I think that would be helpful, because I think that that's a key thing. And I was very pleased to hear the comments about the plan being, some work being done on the plan before tomorrow, and I've got quite a few comments. There's some references to things that, or maybe if I follow up with them afterwards, and some particular in descriptions of the various parts of the town about that, talks about softball being played at places that's not being played, and references to different things. So maybe I follow up on that. Plus also it talks in the, sorry, I've just got to quickly find the page, about needing $60,000 for implementation plan. For the implementation, there's a reference to that on page, sorry, just let me find it. Sorry, I've gone too far. On page 179, and I'm just wondering what that would be, and there's no reference to that actually in the plan. It's just in the summary of considerations.
Thank you, Councillor. It has been a discussion amongst our teams that when we do these implementation plan, these reserve management plans, that actually when we put them through, there'll be a cost with it. Initially, we had put it down, but then we decided to withdraw that, because then we'd have to do a plan later. It will come through the long-term plan, so we can remove that. Do you want to speak to that, Heath? No.
There isn't a. I think the team has discussed funding for the implementation plans of these plans, but that hasn't been something that has happened previously. And as far as I know, there isn't a cost for an implementation plan. That ought not to be there.
Councillor Hurleyhan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a cycleway through there sounds lovely and all the rest. However, my concern is that this might get people's hopes up if they see that and think, oh, good, that might be going to happen. But with changes to Wahu Kotahi, as I understand it, it's very unlikely that they would fund anything like that with the co-funding agreement we've had on previous cycleways. Is that the case?
I think, so the pre-consultation brought up the idea for the cycling part. So it's not something that's come from staff. We haven't investigated it, but it's something that has come from the community about what they would like to see in this plan. So we have put it in the plan. That's all that we've done at this point. It's just in the draft plan because it has come through pre-consultation from the community.
I just think once something's in the plan that goes through, into consultation, people will look at it and think, and we'll get people saying, what are you putting money into that for when you've got such high debt? Because certainly people I've spoken to.
Is that a question?
So the question is it possible, if you're going to keep it in, to say this was a suggestion which you've got in there, that the public come up with, so that's there, but to say, if this went ahead, this is the type of cost it could be. You don't need to say exactly, but because it'll be millions to do that, and maybe with a proviso to say right now there's not, we don't see that happening in our budgets. But
I think the key is that this is a draft plan and it's going back up for consultation, and then when we look at the implementation, it's also going to be the question I asked earlier about the strategic walking and cycling plan. So if it was to fit in there, everything would be costed. So I think that's the answer to that. So I've got a few councillors lined up: Councillor Gilbert, O'Malley, Vandervis and Lafiso. Councillor Gilbert.
It won't turn off.
Right, we're there? Cool. So just going back to the cycleway along the hillside, forgive the pun, but we're not exactly reinventing the wheel here, are we? I mean, there are other places that have a cycleway that traverses horizontally along the hillside. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware, for example, of the Alpine Panorama route in Switzerland, 475 kilometres through the foothills of the Alps, which, given Toblerone is more or less shaped like them, is fairly steep terrain, I would argue probably steeper than here. Are you aware of that track?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. We are aware of that. Yeah.
So this sort of thing is perfectly doable and not exactly out of the realms of possibility, is what we're saying.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question really is just a more fundamental one. I think it's on page 307, the closing dates for the submissions is October 23rd. When is it planned for the hearing committee to form and meet and hear them?
Thank you, Councillor. I believe my manager, John, has been organising for the hearings date, but it hasn't been set yet. Yep.
Given this has to be ready for the LTP, it'll be before the end of the year, I take it, would it be? Yep.
Yes, that's how I understand it, yes.
Councillor Vandervis.
On page 235, regarding Moana, management of Moana Pool, it says that the objectives are to enable the Moana Pool to be a premier aquatic facility, continue the operation of Moana Pool as allowed on the reserve. Moana Pool will be allowed to on the present site subject to adverse effects, and any future redevelopment of the Moana Pool shall endeavour to reduce carbon emissions. Why is one of the objectives not to improve parking around Moana Pool when there's such a desperate need for it, and whenever there is a major event at Moana Pool, illegal parking extends all the way down Queen's Drive and all the way up to where I live, actually, in Garfield Avenue. So given these objectives, why is it that extra parking isn't included when it's so often needed and called for?
Parking issues around Moana Pool did not come up from the community as part of our consultation. So we haven't considered it in the draft. But if it is an issue...
There's also the aquatics plan, which is more... Thank you, Councillor. There is also the aquatics plan, so we try to keep this generally light with regards to Moana Pool, but we do want to give some indicative policies how it regards to the wider town belt. And also parking is more of a transport issue generally, unless it's on reserve land.
are you aware that at the bottom of Littlebourne Road there used to be extensive parking on both sides of Littlebourne Road, part of it on the reserve, and that a couple of years ago council put a row of very large rocks on an area that used to be parked on so that it couldn't be parked on anymore. So it is a reserve issue, I believe, and my question is, why is it not recognised as being, for many people, the major barrier to being able to use Moana Pool?
Thank you, Councillor. I hear what you're saying, and definitely the parking issue in the wider town belt has been recognised a lot with all of our consultation. However, it was not identified with Moana Pool, so it hasn't been mentioned, but I can have a look at it and we can put a policy in there with regards to parking.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, tēnā koutou. Thank you so much. This is, for me, this especially in the history, was made fascinating reading, and also I think it's a valuable resource as well. I'm just referring to the figure on page 226, which offers the wider strategic, in the plan, draft plan, in relation to the wider strategic framework, and the red rectangle that goes down, because Te Treaty o Waitangi isn't the Treaty of Waitangi, could we just have sustainability down there instead as the other pillar? And that goes for the next paper as well. Thank you so much. Oh, and do you mind if I send some additional, in terms of the history, making it clear when we were a sub-national colony, making the distinction in 1844 and 1846 in terms of becoming a provincial, 1852, becoming a provincial government. Yeah, thank you.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Mayhem.
I saw somewhere in the fine print about circuses and sideshows. Is it just the oval that we allow circuses to perform on?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct. Yeah.
And also rubbish dumping. One thing that because Keep Dunedin Beautiful run a lot of cleanups, the town belt is one of the areas that we specifically focus on, places like Prospect Park, with that area where you can drive all the way around. I think, there's a lot of fly tipping that happens down into the actual town belt. I noticed there was only one little area, 5.2.7, I can't remember what page that is. There was nothing really around rubbish dumping or, any reinforcement, just the hope that there's going to be a reduction in fly tipping because of our new rubbish bin systems. I wondered, if there was, page 223, I wondered if there was going to be any plan to, reinforce or strengthen or some monitoring around rubbish in the town belt, because I feel like, it's an incredible asset to the city, but rubbish is a big problem.
Yes, I've talked to our maintenance teams in Kaitiaki and Keep New Zealand, Dunedin Beautiful, and they all struggle with the rubbish dumping in the town belt as an issue. And there are several different ways that we might look at dealing with that. But yes, I have been talking to Keep Dunedin Beautiful about possible implementation or like social media or something along that line. So we were encouraging people to think about what they're doing. But it is that larger scale fly tipping that we're having a problem with, and so it is we do want to see how this large scale waste management that's been happening in Dunedin is going to affect that behaviour. Yeah, and then we can review from there. Yeah.
Thank you. And I see in there too the green waste issue, and maybe with our new green bins, we'll have less of those invasive weeds being dumped in the area too. So, yeah, hopefully we can maybe just do some education. That would be fantastic. Thanks.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just a very quick one to clarify after, excuse me, Councillor Mayhem. I realise it's not part of the town belt, which is probably where the question and the answer came from, but just to clarify, we do allow circuses, etc. on Bayfield, do we not? So as a city, we've got more than one location, I guess is my point.
Yes, I believe so, although it is mostly utilised at Oval at the moment. Yep.
There's no more questions. Would someone like to move? No one feels moved to move the resolution. I shall move the resolution. Just going to read it all out, actually. That the committee approves the statement of proposal, draft Dunedin Town Belt Reserve Management Plan. Approves the motion. Sorry, the resolution is displayed, so I don't have to read it all out. Would someone like to second it, please? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. In moving this, it was a big read, but it was a great read. I think when we first went out to consultation earlier in the year, so many of the councillors talked about what a treasure the town belt is, and we are so lucky to have such a marvellous pair of lungs in the middle of our city. And I was a little disappointed that there were just 124 responses, and I hope that this draft plan going out will get a lot more responses from the community. And I think when we're hearing the different questions from the councillors around the table, that's certainly enlightening for some of what the community might say as well. So I encourage councillors to get the community to actually have input into this really, really important plan for the city. It's great to be getting rid of the ad hoc approaches to some of the areas as well. And it was also great to actually have that community engagement and to get that into the draft plan and to add in the mana whenua narrative, which had previously not really there, and also the carbon zero as well. So we were aligning all of our plans together, and it's great to see that the engagement is also aligning with our long-term plan engagement. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this is a great document. I think one of the issues we've also got to worry about when it comes to engagement is advertising. So putting the thing in the ODT is a statutory requirement, but it doesn't necessarily bring everybody's attention to it. But obviously the important thing is that this is the main consultation heading forward now, and I'm sure there'll be good press releases to go with that, and there'll be a lot of public interest. I'm actually quite interested in another thing. I'm not sure if it's in this consultation, is it even big enough? I mean, the belt was built when the city was very small, and I look at places like North East Valley where there's a natural green on the west hand side. There could be a potential expansion of the belt and into South Dunedin. We've talked about there as green-blue corridors in the future, which brings me to the final point. To everybody's point, is that this is a consultation document, and you have to write something down in order to consult on it, and then you get your feedback, and then the committee makes the final decision once they get it back. Thank you.
A flurry now. Councillor Houlihan, then Councillor Ackland and Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I want to thank the staff as well for this report. It's very extensive and well needed, I think, because there's certainly areas there that perhaps haven't been looked at for a while. So it's great. And on going back to this proposed or cycle path that some people have said they'd like, I think it's great to mention that the public are keen for it. My only concern around that, and I also think it sounds like a lovely idea, my only concern around it is that if people read that in the report, the straight away they might think, does this mean it's happening? And I think we've just got to be careful with that, because there are people that are going through our documents line by line, looking at where we're spending money and questioning it. And so if we've got something like that in, I think it would be really good if we said, look, this is not an exact price, but it could cost within the realms of this much if it went ahead. and we've no longer got waka kotahi funding. So if this went ahead, it would be a long time before we could do it, or something like that, because otherwise people might think, oh, this is exciting, it's going to happen. And some people do read these things and think that. So that was what I was trying to raise before, just with that. But thank you for this report.
Councillor Eklund.
I really just had a question, but I see it's been updated up there in relation to the Planning and Environment Committee, which is noted in the agenda, but you've changed it up there. No worries.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis.
I take other councillors' claims that this is only out for consultation, and that, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean these things are going to happen. But I've heard this claim many times before. In terms of consultation, I actually believe the staff that when they say that parking around Moana Pool did not come up in consultation. That it did not come up says far more about the consultation than it does about what ends up being in this consultation document. For parking not to have come up around Moana Pool, when it is the ongoing, for many years now, major issue around access to the pool, basically indicates that consultation has been extremely selective, or that users of the pool that get there by car have simply not been consulted. Given that the consultation has been that deficient, and given also that the proposed actions as highlighted in the draft plan include what I believe to be a completely unaffordable horizontal cycle and pedestrian route through the entire length of the town belt, I don't believe that's possible, or even let alone affordable, simply because of the bridges that would need to be built over various sections of it. If you look at the photographs that appear in the report, and I'm talking about the photograph on page 187, where you see the town belt in its entire length, and also the photograph on page 181, in which you see a nice bushy chunk of the town belt. From a satellite or helicopter, this all looks pretty level and quite possible to run a horizontal cycle or pedestrian way through. And I'm concerned that there's been an ongoing tendency for this aerial view of planning of Dunedin to ignore the realities of what the actual ground realities of trying to put a path through are, and also to ignore a lot of the actual visual effects of a lot of the planning that we have in Dunedin. I believe that rather than area-based, that a lot of our planning should be much more effects-based, and that this report, comprehensive though it is in many respects, hasn't been adequate in terms of consultation, and that its proposal of completely unaffordable, in my view, proposals, especially given our very severe debt situation, is simply not a proposal that I am happy to go out for consultation. For these reasons and many others, I'll be voting against item 10.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff for this very fulsome report. It makes really good reading, and I loved all of the history around all of our different amenities there, especially the Mana Whenua narrative being included. I believe that the town belt is an absolute gem that we are all the caretakers of. I love that green corridor, and if you look at the image on page 248, I think of the town belt as a beautiful cloak that wraps around the city. It's an absolute treasure, and I'm glad that we have groups like the Town Belt, Kaitiaki and the Amenity Society and Keep Dunedin Beautiful that take a regular interest in the maintenance and the rubbish eradication in this space, which also has all of our sports facilities. As a parent, you know, most of us will have visited Jubilee or those parks on sports days and had to fetch the ball back out of the bushes, which is a good thing. I take exception, though, with Councillor Vandervis's ongoing statements around how impossible and unaffordable it could be to put a cycling or pedestrian access through such severe terrain. Actually, once you elevate yourself up and you're heading across Queen's Drive, it really isn't steep. It runs pretty flat across the top of the city there. And as has been pointed out numerous times, this is a document for consultation. So regarding a cycling and pedestrian route, we're just putting it out there, you know, what do people want? And I think with Queen's Drive already being there, there's so much opportunity to just have a widening of the verge for pedestrians and cyclists. They're already using this, and you know, we do heartland trails, which are just wide, safe berms for people to have access to the space. And I certainly do not think impossible is a word that comes to mind, but accessible rather. So I look forward to hearing what people feedback, and I certainly will be promoting this, and I especially would love people to have a full read of the management plan document because of the incredible history that's captured there. And I also think, you know, we are guardians of this wonderful asset. I like that it goes from cemetery to cemetery, so we have all of the city's history literally buried right there, embedded in the plan. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally support this draft plan. I can't believe that we're talking negatively about such an asset that we actually have. This is not scrub, broom, gorse we're talking about. This is fantastic native bush, 10 minutes from our exchange or octagon, that is so underutilised, it's not funny. You've only got to travel anywhere around the country, actually, in other major cities. I've been up in Auckland recently, and they have magnificent tracks for walking and exercise, going through rail corridors, through pretty ordinary terrain. And here we have in Dunedin such an asset of the town belt. We keep saying it's all right here and it's just Dunedin. We've got to really utilise this. 17 years is an extremely long time, and it's at our back door. And I agree with Councillor O'Malley. We should be taking a more of an optimistic view and saying we're going to go from Kaikoura Valley to North East Valley to South Dunedin, right through the centre of our town with this. And Rome wasn't built in a day. Everything costs money. But I totally think that we need to support this, and I'm sure that our the submissions will be to actually throw the book at this, and I'm totally all for it. We need to utilise and develop the assets that we have, and this is one of our major ones. So bring it on. I'm all encouraged by the comments I've heard mainly today. Thank you.
I have three more speakers so far. Mr Mayor, Councillor Gary and Councillor Wiley. Mr Mayor.
On behalf of some of the sports clubs and things in town, I take issue with Councillor Weatherall's assertion that the town belt is underutilised, because one of the things we see in the illustration on 187 are lots of patches of grass. And so my point is that the asset of this town belt has been used not just for the bush, which is very greatly enamoured of by so many people in Dunedin who walk through it on a regular basis. But there are sports fields of various kinds all the way through, which the most obvious one being down at the bottom at the Oval is very well used every weekend. But to the other end, there are many sports fields along that journey. So, and a golf course hanging on by the skin of its teeth, I would say. But it's great to have this consultation document with photos, aerial photos though they be, of the various parks in the town belt, and there are a great many of them. Included there is also a swimming pool, which is also very well used, which could do with more parking as opposed to parks. But and there has been a small increase in it lately, while still retaining the established trees in and around the car park outside Moana. So there's a balance to be achieved. So if we can have an additional cycleway provision and walking provisions through there, that will enable even greater use of the town belt. But it is, I agree with everyone who's commented, as everyone has, that it is a wonderful asset for this city. And the greater use that we and visitors can make of it, the better. And of course, this document is a consultation document. So, the level of interest in the document will increase now because we had a preliminary consultation to help build the document. But the next stage will be a much wider throw of, of ways to engage amongst the public, and so my expectation is a lot more people will come forward and have comments to make about this plan. And there are, of course, the guardians of the town belt who are very interested in that town belt, and there's a range of things that could be done. And one of those that hasn't been mentioned today is Jubilee Park, because we did have a visit from Amenity Society earlier, and I think they are interested in doing something, and I think that could directly involve mana whenua, and something of significance could be made on their area, which is just adjacent to the town belt, but they are prepared to help fund it. So there could be some very direct mana whenua involvement in what happens here. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will describe in the next item that the harbour is the jewel in Dunedin's crown, but I consider that the town belt is also another jewel in the city's crown, and how lucky are we that our forebears had the foresight to plan the city with that town belt, and that it's been preserved and has not been passed over to building and development over the years. It's always been a significant and beneficial part of the city. And aren't we here to reflect the aspirations of our community? That's what consultation is about. We're going out to talk to our community in depth about the town belt, and I expect there'll be a lot of interest. I recall, and I don't recall when it was, potentially in the last triennium, some of the kaitiaki group, the young people who go in and work in the town belt from an environmental perspective, coming to speak to council, and I remember how impressive that was. And so our young people are learning to treasure this asset. But I also say that in terms of walking and cycling, there are already people using the town belt. And I recall in another life, my Tolkien boarders who would walk between the boarding hostel and the school on a daily basis, many times a day, several times a day. That route, it wasn't all horizontal and it wasn't all vertical, but it was a very significant route, and I can remember coming to council to get the link with the pedestrian, the walkway, just to link up and make it safe for them. So there are many people using it already on a regular basis. I look forward to the result of this, and let's not talk our city down. Let's be positive. This is such an asset to the city.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I agree with most of the speakers today, but I do actually want to acknowledge the Amenity Society, because if you go on their website, they've got the Town Belt Walking Guide, and it shows how easy it is to actually navigate the Town Belt all the way through, what an asset is, and also the different points of interest all the way along. And I think the other part is, yes, there is a lot of sport and recreation along that space, but there's also a lot of other work done by community groups. I know, for example, the Rotary Clubs of Dunedin are quite active with a WASP mitigation project and things like that. There's a lot of people that appreciate the Town Belt for what it is, and it is time we actually went out to the community, engaged with them, and to see what does come up, because we might get a few surprises along the way as well. I think that it is a very lovely part of the city, and you know, when you've got a golf course and bowls clubs and some mountain bike tracks, and again it's an access way for a lot of our students and our commuters coming into town. It is something that we do need to cherish, but again, this is all about consultation.
Right, and right of reply, it's been fantastic to hear everyone singing the praises of our amazing town belt, and we are very lucky to have this jewel in our crown. I think it's great that we have something to go out to consultation with, and it's always good to have a straw person, shall we say, to go out, and then people will, their interest will be stimulated, and I think this debate will also stimulate their interests as well. There's many different people, as lots of speakers have spoken about, who actually use the town belt, and I think especially when we raise Moana Pool, I don't think people will have thought of Moana Pool as actually part of the reserves, so that will be hopefully all of the pool users will also give their feedback there. I certainly listened to Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Weatherall when they talked about expanding the town belt, and I think Councillor O'Malley, you had brought that up before, and I think that somehow we should try and capture that in the consultation as well. The cycleway, just a proposal, and I think that we need to, that jumped out at some people, but also I did ask around that it was going to be fit in with the strategic walk and cycle plan, and in the end we're here to serve the community's aspirations, as Councillor Gary brought up, and their wishes, and if they wish, if the city wishes to have a cycleway or more walkways, or there, we are there to serve them, and I think we need to hold that up. I'm just trying to see that I made sure that I've addressed everything. I just want to talk, Councillor Mayhem and Councillor Wiley brought up all of the groups that are involved with the town belt as well, and I certainly had experience with the town belt Kaitiaki. There's an amazing amount of groups that come in and help, and I think we need to express our thanks as a city to them all, and then also make sure that they are absolutely engaged with the consultation as well, because we are eternally grateful to them for doing all of the work and helping council make the town belt an amazing space as well. And Mr. Mayor brought up the sports ground and the use by people. I think that when people will actually look at the map of the town belt and realise how big it is, how many sports grounds are in there, hopefully will stimulate some more interest. I also like that Mr. Mayor brought up visitors, and I think the visitor industry should probably have some input into this as well. When Councillor Gary talked about hostels, I was a student at a boarding house as well, and walked through the town belt many times, as well as doing science projects there, so I think it'd be quite good to get the schools involved and giving feedback to the town belt as well, because this is a taonga that transcends us in our time here, so we do need to make sure that we look after it properly. With that, I think hopefully I've addressed everything that everyone has brought up, and I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Abstentions?
No, thank you. Recorded.
Thank you. I declare the motion is carried. Now we shall move to item 11, the notice of intent for the Otago Harbour Reserves Management plan draft. Welcome back to the table. Do you have a preamble?
Kia ora, councillors. Like the previous one, there are a few edits that still are required, so if you have anything to add, please send those through. And I'd also like to point out that on page 327, where we have 2003 Te Ako o Tāko, the Otago Cycleway, is complete. It's not complete, and that is a mistake, and so we will take out, that sentence will end at Cycleway.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Councillor Gary, you have a question?
I do, and can you take the reference out on page 346 as well, please? Thank you for that. It was frustrating to note that on top of yesterday's resolutions being missing. I have a few questions. One is, and I saw reference to this, how this consultation fits with the dovetails with the wider harbour work that's being done.
Thank you, Councillor. We have been working with the ORC team and Mana Whenua with the Harbour Recreation Strategy. It's actually, I think it's going by a new name now. It's called Te Aka Otako. Or apologies, I think it's very Te Awa. Te Awa. And essentially, it's ORC has hired a consultant for that work, and they are consulting with many stakeholders across the harbour environment, and have also talked to us at Parks, and I've been involved with ORC to communicate any information that we have gathered as a result of this, so that there is consistency between the two documents, and that they have a starting point to then go forward and continue their consultation with the wider community, because this is for the reserves, whereas the harbour strategy is for that wider catchment area.
My next question is around that overlap, because there is overlap. So if you take, for an example, an artist who uses the reserve but is painting something that's out in the harbour, there is an overlap. Will that be taken into consideration? Because I didn't see any mention in here of photography or artists.
We can amend to talk in a larger document when we go through these specific reserves. If there's not like a leased space, then it's hard to kind of pinpoint and say this reserve is used specifically for photography, but we can talk about it in a wider sense for all of the reserves. So I'll make sure that in the introduction that we specifically mention photographers and artists. Yeah.
Thank you. And like Councillor Lucas on the last item, I see some inaccuracies in terms of reflecting a description of what's actually happening now. In terms of geese on the Broad Bay Reserve, in living memory for me, 25 years, I don't recall the geese being a problem. So I think when we're looking at a plan looking forward, it shouldn't have things that are irrelevant now, in my view. And I'm very happy offline as Councillor Lucas to just give that information to you if that's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor. It is, and when we've got previous information and then it's not refuted through original consultation, it's sometimes hard to pick up those details. So thank you very much.
And I wanted to ask a question about, and this is again an overlap situation. There's quite a lot of commentary around the boat harbour silting up and visiting yachtsmen and women. And obviously we're talking about the harbour, but the silting up is mentioned quite extensively. How does that figure with the reserves? Obviously it's going to come up in the wider work, but it's obviously a significant issue in terms of opportunities.
Yes, it is a difficult one, and particularly difficult because we have where the border of ORC and DCC begin and end. So it's something that we are hoping will be will be dealt with within the harbour recreation wider work, but we have made note of it in the plan, and we have also noted that any work that happens in those spaces, we will make sure it's a joint task force between ORC and DCC. It's not ignoring our responsibility, but equally it's kind of one of those, it's not us, but it is us.
I think historically there are parts of the harbour edge that have fallen between the cracks, and I think that's the issue for me, is making really sure, and I'm sure you're aware of this, or are you aware of it, just to make sure that's covered off. It doesn't matter if it overlaps as long as it doesn't fall between the cracks because of that shared responsibility on some of it. Would that be a fair comment?
Yes, that's fair. And in the opportunity section of the draft, we have discussed specifically making that a point that we would discuss it with ORC and see what we can do together. Yep.
And finally, I think, page 344, there's commentary around the commercial use of Back Beach, and the comment made is we wouldn't normally promote commercial use, which I thought was an interesting way to frame it, given that the commercial use that is there is really important in terms of the wider harbour. And I guess it's on the harbour, and we're talking about harbour edge, but I thought that was an interesting way to frame it. Could you speak to your thoughts around that and why you framed it that way?
It's generally because it's a reserve space, and generally we wouldn't want to be encouraging commercial activity on a reserve. However, you're correct in that we do have where we have people like the ferry going over and transporting cyclists from one end to the other. That's an activity that aligns with a recreational activity, so it's appropriate. And so that's where the thinking came from, where we wouldn't encourage it from we don't want to have 1,000 people setting up commercial operations in a reserve, but there are exceptions when it aligns with recreation opportunity. I'm happy to have a look at that wording and see if I can't make it clearer.
Thank you, because I do think it's a positive aspect of what's the activity on the harbour. It's welcomed by the community. Did you feel that the early engagement was well reflected in the document? I've had some commentary from people who did submit who didn't feel they saw themselves or their particular reserve that they interact with on a daily basis reflected in the document.
But the document hasn't gone out yet, so
in the agenda, so people have seen it in the agenda.
Okay, well, I felt like the engagement itself went generally well. We got a lot of different stakeholders, represented from lease clubs, things like that, coming and seeing us, and we also found that we got your everyday reserve user as well communicating with us. I did feel that we got better response when we went to the reserves and we were physically on the reserves rather than when we were in, say, McKendree Bay Hall. And I think that's just from a level of visibility. So this next set of engagement, we're planning on increasing our visibility on reserve spaces so that we can capture more people. But equally, we'll be emailing all of the known stakeholders, anyone that's already engaged with us, so they will be notified that this plan will be out, and hopefully we will get even more feedback. That's the hope. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, just thinking about people that use the reserves. I know it's not for commercial purposes, but there's also the visitor industry, and we've just done the Dunedin destination plan, and I just wonder if this plan's had feedback from the destination plan into the reserves plan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We have engaged with all of our internal stakeholders, including destination, to get feedback from them. Yep.
Thank you. And my other question, I'm on page 355, and it mentions about consideration of trees that would promote roosting and food for kiruru and kaka would be appropriate. This is a little bugbear of mine because I used to work at the albatross colony, and I noted that when the cycleway went in, all of the roosting trees for shags, and shags, cormorants, and kingfishers were all cut down, and we didn't put roosts back up. So is this the place to address it in this reserves plan? And Councillor Gary was sort of talking about how all of the plans work, whether it's ORC or whether it's us that's responsible. Where's the line at for that?
Yeah, thanks. It's tricky again because we are specifically addressing our reserves. So with our reserves, I would love to see as much planning as possible because it's identified in here that because we have such a harbour arterial road that goes right round, that we're missing a lot of connection to the water, and our reserves are kind of the lone stakeholder spaces where we can do those things. So yeah, it is, and as a parks planner, I'm loath to cut down any tree. So yes, we would, I can include thoughts around not just kiruru and kaka. It's just, I guess, from a biodiversity goal, that's why they have been identified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Some of our seabirds are also endangered.
Totally.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see on page 335 you're putting parking in at Deborah Bay potentially, so that's parking if people will be happy with that. But my question's really down Cross Wharf Reserve and Kitchener Street Reserve, so we're down at the industrial end of the harbour. There's quite a bit of ORC land between the Kitchener Reserve and Birch Street, I think it is, at the tip there. Is there going to be any consideration done looking at the city's now abandoned but attempted to get down to do steamer basin development and the role that green spaces and reserves might play in doing that? Is that part of the, will that be put that wide?
I think it would be difficult for a reserve management plan to achieve all of that, but we are aware of the role that the steamer basin plays in connecting the city to the harbour, and we would support the reserve being used more, and so we'll be in support of that, and the plan states that, but it is a larger body of work if we were to develop anything from city to steamer basin, and that's like a much wider planning document than the reserve management plan. Yes.
No, I completely agree. But if we decide in the 8-year plan or 9-year plan to put a bridge over the railway line and connect steamer basin, then obviously that reserve is now much more physically connected. And my real sort of thing of being down in that area a fair amount in the last few years is that when the wind isn't blowing and the tide is out, there's a significant mudflat down there, and we are very separated from it. So these other reserves are more around communities that are already making their connection to the water, but this area is very unconnected. Is that going to be? I mean, I'm just basically submitting now to the plan, aren't I?
Yes, well, that's definitely something that we could move to, looking at how we connect the Crosswolf itself into that mudflat. And yes, you are more than welcome to submit on the draft plan. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Mayhem.
Just having a look at the document here, I see a little bit about harbour safety on page 396 and a little bit about global warming and erosion, but I don't really see in the document anything addressing resilience or risk around the use of the harbour. The safety one is a little bit just about boat use, but I wonder about how, we have 40,000 tonne ships that are entering the harbour carrying oil, chemicals and fertiliser to and from the Ravensbourne fertiliser works. Is there sort of some emergency planning around or something in the document who we would work with or whose area it is? It might be the regional council, around if there was an oil spill or if some of that phosphate fertiliser was to find its way into the harbour. These are things I am concerned about.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the oil spill and stuff like that is ORC and it'll be captured within the wider plan, not the reserve management plans.
Any more questions? Councillor Gary has indicated that she would like to move it. May we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Fiso. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I described in the last item that the harbour is the jewel in Dunedin's crown, and I truly believe that, and there's so much more potential. The spaces that are referred to in the document going out to the community for consultation, many of them are spaces I interact with on a regular basis. They're very precious and they allow the community to interact with the harbour because they often have access to the harbour. And I think of the disability sailing group that actually isn't mentioned in here, but I'm sure that that will be able to be covered off, who are able to access the harbour through one of these reserves, and the joy that that brings, the people who are able to participate in that. I have to say that to see a description of Te Ako or Tako as being completed I did nearly blow a gasket twice. And in speaking to Opoko Edward Allison, it was an interesting conversation as well. But I note that in another part of the consultation document, it describes how the work has been delayed due to funding. So we just need to make sure that the document is consistent, that it accurately describes the current situation, and there's a few pieces of work to do with that. And I take the point that Councillor Mayhem made around climate change and resilience. So as I drove to work yesterday, the fetch was extraordinary. With a high tide, we had water going over the walkway, Sakaway, over the reserves, over the road, and it was pretty jolly lively in places. So I think that is a relevant point to make around the resilience of the reserves. It was a joy to read Te Reone, and it reflecting the recent work down there. So I think this will attract a great deal of interaction. I know there's already been a lot of work done with stakeholders and communities. I applaud the team for going to the reserves. I think that is the key, where people are. And I believe that this will attract a lot of interest and submission. I just hope with the pre-engagement, I always worry about over-consulting, but I know it's an important part to get it right. So I look forward to this and seeing the final document after the consultation. This is such a special part of our city, and with the wider work that's been done with ORC and Port Otago and stakeholders, I believe that we will perhaps, I hope, see the potential realised of this beautiful part of our city.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. The voice that I don't see in this document is of the animals and some of our rare species that inhabit the Otago Harbour. It's our wildlife capital, and it's the home to the blue and the yellow-eyed penguins. Tairoa Head has our only mainland colony of northern royal albatrosses in the world. We've got one of the greatest variety of shags, godwits and oyster catchers, to name a few. Hooker sea lions, leopard seals, frequently visited by dolphins and orca. Once upon a time, the southern right whale used to carve in the shallow waters. They're slowly coming back, but more so species like the humpback, the minke, the blue and the pilot whales too. Where in the world do you get visited by such incredible species? Our island, Quarantine Island, Kamau Taurua, in the middle of the harbour, is a place where nets are set, is the translation. Fishing in the harbour has been important since the 1300s, and I hope that stakeholders and people being involved in this consultation will use the lens of protecting the ecosystem and the environment that's unique to the Otago Harbour. We're very lucky, being 21 kilometres long, 13 miles. It's a tidal, shallow and seldom rough body of water, which makes it perfect for yachting and windsurfing. I'm thankful that we only have one powerboat club in the harbour area and that we have this incredible water space where our children and many of our residents are able to use this incredible recreation area that is the Otago Harbour. We've got 20 kilometres of the Otago Peninsula and 30 kilometres of Te Ako Otako, the Otago Vine, our shared pathway. Incredible archaeological sites at Broad Bay, Deborah Bay and Roseneath. Yet, we have this altered landscape too, a huge area of reclamation that was established since the 1840s. We dredge to a depth of 8 metres so we can allow those 40,000 tonne ships to enter the harbour carrying those oils and chemicals and fertilisers to the Ravensbourne fertiliser works that I mentioned before. I'm so glad that in the early 80s we protested so hard against a smelter at Aramoana. Imagine how different the harbour would be. I'm just really glad, and I thank the staff for this incredible management plan, and again, it's a document well worth reading just to see that incredible history and background that's captured, and I'm looking forward to hearing what all of our stakeholders have to say about ways that we can best manage and protect this incredible asset, another jewel in Dunedin's crown. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley, then Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I've just got 2 real quick points to make, really. One, I was actually surprised there was very little mention about the community boards and their ability to engage on this and assist the staff in going through this process. I do note, and it's mentioned briefly in under the considerations, summary of considerations, but I actually think the champions of this really can be the West Harbour Community Board and the Peninsula Community Board. Probably, if I had a criticism of this process, I actually think it should have been done more in the summertime. To do a process, starting in August and going through to October 23rd, I think we're going to miss a trick with capturing a lot of the harbour users, especially through the peak summer months. But hopefully there'll be enough awareness around that in the media and through the networks that those people still come out and engage on that basis. The other part that I do want to note is where it talks about a hearings committee. My personal preference for future acknowledgement would be that the councillors on the West Harbour Community Board and the Peninsula Community Board are part of that hearings committee.
Councillor Vandervis.
I very much enjoyed the superb photographs that are peppered right throughout this reserves management plan. And cannot disagree with Councillor Gary when she says it really is the jewel in our crown. Well, a major one, certainly. I do believe, however, that in terms of creating a management plan, we have a difficulty in that the full potential of Otago Harbour and Port Otago will only be realised when Dunedin finally becomes a unitary authority or a unitary council. Having the Otago Regional Council, I think quite artificially, being in charge of the port and its development, and especially its commercial arm, Chalmers Property Division, maintaining most surrounding commercial land as anti-development leasehold land, that this is really preventing the management of Otago Harbour generally. It's preventing access to it. And if you look at all the wonderful harbour cities around the world, we seem to have the best harbour, but with the least development of it. So I commend the staff for getting this management plan in front of us. I like quite a few of the ideas, not all of them affordable, that are proposed in it, but I feel that it's stymied really because we only control part of what is needed to properly develop the full potential of Otago Harbour.
Just to be very quick, because I know I'm between us and lunch and the next meeting. I just want to say that I guess if the town belt is the lungs of the city, then the harbour certainly is the heart of the city. And we look at why all of the settlers for many, many hundreds of years came here, and it is because of our beautiful harbour. And we are so lucky to actually have some reserve space around it so we can access the harbour. I do take on board what Councillor Mayhem said about the voiceless, and I guess that's why I asked about roosts for seabirds, because we have, in our lovely human way, destroyed a lot of the habitat along the harbour, and I would really like for us to concentrate on getting some of that back and making sure that we have a flourishing wildlife capital. And when I used to take my daughter to kindy, we used to see the New Zealand sea lion down on the beach at McAndrew Bay, which is really special. So we also need to, I really love that staff are going out to the spaces and talking to people there, because I think that's really important. And then also seeing what is going on at those beaches. I know there's some comments on signage there as well, but we do need to think about that, and also in relation to the visitor industry, because the visitors are also quite heavy users of our reserves as well, so it'd be good to get their input, and also to manage some of the behaviour on our public spaces as well. Having said that, I shall pass on to Councillor Gary for her right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in reply, it's good to hear colleagues talking about the biodiversity, and you only have to see the wonder on the face of international visitors as they witness little blue penguins coming ashore, that you know that this is something very, very special. There's mention in the document, and some colleagues have mentioned the importance to mana whenua of many of these reserves and the kaimoana collected. And I've mentioned the overlap, and that's evident from the comments around the table, between the harbour proper and the reserves. It's a very important interaction and relationship. We've mentioned accessibility, and also we know that in the 1989 amalgamation process that the harbour edge dropped through the cracks, and we're never going to let that happen again, or I certainly am going to do my darndest. I was delighted to see the iconic yellowhead in there, the sculpture at Tirone, which is a photograph of it there. But I want to tell a story that actually speaks to the precious nature of these reserves in terms of the interaction with the harbour, because this is what I experienced. It was Easter a couple of years ago. I was in my gardening clothes and I was getting into the dinghy with my husband on the Broad Bay ramp on Good Friday, I believe it was, and there was a busload of Chinese tourists in the vicinity, and they were looking at our boat and taking photos of it. It's got quite a lot of character, and we were putting some things in the boat. We're going out to do some maintenance, and we stepped into the boat and turned around, and there was a line of photographers with long lenses, click, 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 click. And I was thinking, what on earth are they taking a photo of? And I'm sure it was all over WeChat, which was, no makeup, gardening clothes. But the point I'm making is that our ordinary was their extraordinary. And that's the thing about our harbour. Our ordinary, something we take for granted every day, is an extraordinary in terms of people who come here. I take up the point that my colleague made about the hearings panel. Local knowledge is going to be really important, and that whoever is on that panel has an understanding of the interaction with the harbour. I also take the point about the time of year, and in a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world, and I think the passion of people for these reserves will come through no matter what time of year. So it's great to hear around the table that colleagues understand that this truly, the harbour and the reserves are truly a jewel in Dunedin's crown, and as we go out to consultation we need to remember that. Thank you to the team for the document.
Right, I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? I declare the motion is carried. Now, items for consideration for the Chair. I think we had one which was around the breaching of the hard servicing rules enforcement, so we should follow that up. I'm looking for you to nod, Councillor Vincent-Pope. Would that be correct?
Yes, I
Cool.
think we do need to investigate the issue and find out appropriate solutions.
Thank you. Are there any other...
Yeah, can that just be a dual request from two councillors?
Anybody else put their hands up? Thank you. Anything else? Therefore, I will close with a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te kako, te tinana, te wairoa, I te ara takatu, koia rai roko, whakairea, aki ki roka, kia tina, huie, tai kie. I declare the meeting closed.
So the next meeting.
Tēnei rohe, tēnā koutou katoa, e ka mana, e ka reo, e ka hau e whā, tēnā koutou katoa. I acknowledge the mana whenua nations of this rohe. I acknowledge the authorities, the voices, and those of the four winds of the public, the media, staff and elected members to this, the Civic Services Committee meeting of Tuesday, August the 20th. I will start with a karakia timataka. Tū taua mai I ruka, tū taua mai I raro, tū taua mai I roto, tū taua mai I waho, kia tau I te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. And I will welcome Eleanor Doig to Public Forum. Oh, Mike, can you please use the mic?
That's what I was just told, wasn't it? This is Mike Hammond, our new chair, and overall good bloke. And he's letting me speak today.
Take a word for that. Thank you.
Gone off again. Thank you, Kevin. I might need reminding. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. It's really good to be here again, and firstly I want to start off by congratulating you all. I know that doesn't happen very often in public forum, but you folk have created the South Dunedin Library Community Centre, and it's being built as we speak. 30 odd years in the dreaming, and it's coming to fruition, and this is extremely exciting. We have waited a long time. But not only is it being built, we're really thrilled with the beautiful design of the exterior. We haven't seen anything about indoors, but that gorgeous tuna and the colouring of that has created so much positive feedback from the community. And it seems to me that if we as a city are investing in a significant long-term resource like this, we may as well make it memorable. You know, not just a concrete box, but something beautiful. And that's what you're doing. So I thank you for that support for the project. We are looking forward to this cultural narrative as South Dunedin as the swamp and wetland that it was, being carried forward into the interior, and we're looking forward to seeing the designs of that as they evolve. And I'm not sure if this is the time or place, and I can stand corrected if you want to, but I do want to say that when it comes to naming the library, the sense of wider community and history should be the guiding principle around the name of the library. And I do want to acknowledge the hard work that's been put into this, to the design of the library by the original co-design panel. That was in 2020 during lockdown, and we spent hours and hours in a pretty rumpty process, to tell you the truth, but there was a lot of information came out of that, and most of those ideas and principles of inclusion and acknowledging the history of the area are being carried out in the current design, and it's really good to see. And I wanted to make that clear because this is not something that's being done to the community. The community has been involved in that process right from the start. Well, not the original start 35 years ago, but more recently. South Dunedin hasn't in the past had a physical heart. There's been no easy way into the community. There's lots of service organisations, there's lots of groups, but no overarching way of reaching the wider community. And I found that just by the by when I left full-time work and wanted to work in South Dunedin, didn't know where to go, didn't know where to start. So this is why the South Dunedin Community Network was formed, to provide a central point, not specifically serving any one need or interest, but providing a point through which the wider community can be accessed. And I think this has happened quite successfully, in fact. And let me just say in passing that that function has been enormously helpful to a variety of DCC staff, including the absolutely fantastic South Dunedin Future team. So it's fulfilled its fulfilling its function. So the Library and Community Centre will provide that physical heart. It's much more than just a library. It's an access point for the whole community. We've got this vision of a lively, bustling centre for the community. The library and all the wonderful resources that it provides, plus the community centre upstairs. Of the groups currently using our rooms at number 278 King Edward Street, some can use the meeting rooms downstairs. Like I imagine that the Stop Smoking group and the Fertility New Zealand group can just use the meeting rooms downstairs. But some, like the We Play group, which is a group of premature babies and their caretakers, and the Seedling Sewing group, made up of largely former refugees who sew items for those in need. Those sorts of groups need space and storage, and that's the sort of occupancy we're anticipating. Their presence adds life to the place and to the community as a whole. The concept of community is often vague. What are we actually talking about? I'm thinking of writing an article about community, what it is, because there's about 3 million, there's a lot of information about it. But what do we mean here? I read a definition this morning. Community is a group of people who share a story that's so important to them that it defines an aspect of who they are. And for us, it's the story of belonging to South Dunedin. There is a growing sense of pride in our community. We like living there and love the community. But people need places that they can meet and talk and do things together. In the literature of community development, that's called bumping places. And when people have the opportunity to meet and gather, the sense of community is strengthened. And our community will need all the togetherness it can get in the years ahead, as the changes wrought by climate change are going to begin to have an effect. So we can't emphasise strongly enough the value and importance of this community resource. It's really important. A place that is useful and educational and social and beautiful. The community looks forward to being further involved in its development, and we offer encouragement and support to the process. So thank you.
Tēnā koe. Are you happy to take questions? The first one is from Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if you'd indulge me, I will frame it as a question. Are you aware, Eleanor, that your commitment and passion, your contribution, and how far we've come with your leadership, putting community back into the South Dunedin community, along with the support of staff and other groups, has made an inordinate difference to that community, and we applaud you for your work and your leadership, and you are a hero of the South Dunedin community.
Thank you very much. That's lovely to hear. We went to the research seminar at the university the other day, where they were looking at the university, the collaboration between the university, the South Dunedin Future and us, and thinking back to those first, the beginning of that work and how overwhelming it seemed, and poor old Ian Telfer doing his 5,000 groups, talking to the Tainui Bowling Club and so on, and just not knowing, none of us knew where it was going to go. And it has come on a huge amount, and I am honoured to have been part of that. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you so much. Thank
you very
you.
much. It's a
Kia
pleasure to
kaha for
speak
the
to you.
future.
Thank you. And thank you for that library.
Item number 3, apologies. I move that the committee accepts the apology from Councillor Steve Walker and Councillor Kevin Gilbert for possible early departure. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. That is carried. Thank you very much. Confirmation of the agenda, item number 4. Are there any additions, alterations? Confirmation, of the agenda. Are there any additions or alterations to make to the agenda as published? Kia ora. I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. And is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Thank you. The motion is carried. Item number 5, declaration of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they may have. Have there been any changes or updates since the committee meeting of this morning? Right. Okay, so I will move that the committee A, notes the elected members' interest register, and B, confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? I declare the motion is carried. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. 6.1, that's agenda item 6.1. The Community Services Committee meeting of 19th of June 2024. As I was not present.
I'm happy to move.
Thank you
Madam
very
Chair.
much. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Is there a seconder? Okay, but the Councillor Mayhem has moved that the committee confirms the public part of the minutes of the Community Services Committee meeting held on 19th of June 2024 as a correct record. Thank you, Councillor Wiley, for seconding. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Thank you. I declare the motion is carried. Minutes of committees is the next item, number 7, and this is a huge bulk of minutes. So we just need to bring up the minutes of the meetings of the Toitu Otago Settlers Museum Board and the Grant Subcommittee for the last 12 months. So they have been circulated, and I'm just going to do a bulk motion if that's okay. So I move that the committee notes the minutes of the Toitu Otago Settlers Museum Board meetings held on the 23rd of August, the 23rd of August and 22nd of November 2023, 14th of November and 12th of June 2024. Oh, sorry, 14th of February, sorry, and 12th of June 2024. And I'll do those first. Yeah, okay, all right. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Lucas. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? I declare the motion is carried. Thank you. We're moving on to Grant Subcommittee minutes. No, was I present for all of them? Okay, all right. I move that the committee notes the minutes of the Grant Subcommittee meetings held on 18th and 19th of July, the 20th of September and the 15th of November 2023, and the 10th of May 2024. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Ackland. Does anyone want to speak to the motion? I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry. Question? Councillor Banvas.
I was just wondering, Grant Subcommittee, 19th of July. It's on page 25 of our other bit of paperwork. There is a motion carried there for the charitable trust Brockville Improvement Amenity Society, $50,000. It was carried, I think, in over a year ago, 19th of July, and I was just wondering what, if anything, has happened regarding the spending of that. I'll just pick one of them.
I can find out for you and circulate an outcome of that grant. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? I declare thank you. The motion is carried. Part A reports. Item number 16, Community Services Committee Forward Work Programme. So the Committee Forward Work Programme provides updates on activity progress and expected timeframes for decision making across a range of areas of work. And Ms. Jeanette Wikaida will answer questions in relation to the Forward Work Programme. Do you have any prefacing comments to make?
No, happy to take questions.
Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the last item, let me have a look. Page 35, the Utaputi Rakatahi Taohi Young People's Action Plan. Can you, I see there's a report coming on progress. Is there staff resource allocated to progress that work?
That work has been undertaken within existing staffing, and it sits within the community development team. Yep.
Gilbert and then Councillor Lucas, followed by Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. On the same point, actually, I've been struck by what seems to me to be an absence of the youth voice in this room and on many things, and has been pointed out with Pakeke Kids and with the Dunedin Youth Council, etc. So my question is, what involvement, other than the initial consultation, getting together for the Otipoti Youth Vision, I think was kind of where this sort of snowballed from. Other than from there, what inclusion, what contribution will be made with the youth voice, whether it's with the Youth Council or a different outfit, to come in and give the youth voice rather than us imagining what they believe?
Sorry, was your question, I wasn't quite sure what your question was.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, are we going to have the youth voice as part of this, as part of the action plan? Are we going to have the youth voice in here, or is it going to be adult voices, for want of a much better expression, trying to say what the youth are wanting?
My understanding is that the youth voice will be primary and central to this work, and will would be in the room with any decisions being made. Is that?
Yes, I guess more or less. The other question is, I'd back up what Councillor Gary is saying about trying to keep this moving along. I know they are many of the youth in Dunedin are. I think the expression was that we heard at the Dunedin Youth Council that feels like we're screaming and nobody's listening. So it'd be nice to let them know that we are in fact listening.
Understood.
Councillor Lucas and then Councillor O'Malley.
And mine's a follow-up question to that, because the original resolution in May, which was your resolution, Madam Chair, was that there would be a progress report to August. That the resolution actually states that. So, I mean, further to comments by Councillor Gilbert about our young people are saying we're not being heard. I'm just concerned that this is now being delayed another 2 months. We don't even have, even if it's just an update report on this agenda.
Yes, I would say, the only thing I would say to that is that the teams have been incredibly busy over the last few months with a number of things that have happened in the community that have been quite critical to their time with young people. And this work is incredibly important because of that particular event. But it has meant that, staff are busy. In saying that, there has been a commitment to the report coming in October.
I guess. I mean, that's exactly why I'm raising this, is because we are all very aware of what's happened in our community, and I think that's even more of a reason that we have the progress report, and that it doesn't, there was the resolution to say August, and the reason, and I believe, and I do not want to put words in your mouth, Madam Chair, is that you wanted it in August because it was so important that we needed to, keep it front and centre.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas, and I was ever hopeful at that resolution deliberations meeting, and I guess I allowed myself, because I knew that I was persuaded to take out the quantum that I put in, and that I was, the CEO advised that it wouldn't get voted for, wouldn't get supported if it had money attached to it. So I was, I guess, temporarily lulled by the August deadline. But I too, as we are all aware, in terms of the young people's grief about the death that happened as a result of stabbing in the bus hub, there's so many complexities in terms of being really careful about how we respond as a city to the young people, some of whom never met Mr. McLaren Tana, but also to the family, and there's still ongoing grief and healing needed to be done because of some of the lack of leadership, shall I say, from various leaders. Thank you. Councillor O'Malley, followed by Councillor Benson-Pope.
Madam Chair, I've got three things. Two on page 31, first is destination playgrounds. The report that's going to come in September, will that include a funding request and a costing?
Yes, this report was ready for the last 10-year plan. So we have, it's been in the background waiting to come for a long-term plan meeting, and it will have costings. Yep.
That's great. And then aquatics review, which I think is it's top first item. There's nothing in the next 12 months, and so I guess my question is, the aquatics review's been going on for a while. When is it going to finish?
So there is a workshop happening to kind of explain to you where the aquatics review work is at. If you remember, the aquatics review came to this committee, it might have been last year. That was the schools network review, and the Ministry of Education aren't really interested in kind of continuing that conversation, and from that committee we were asked to continue to engage with the Therapeutic Pool Trust, which we are. So it's kind of the work was done, it's still on the list of things here, and we just kind of need to talk you through where things are at in the workshop to work out what we'd like us to do next.
Thank you. And then on the next page, the performing arts venue, we are talking to Dunedin Theatre Network, but are we still talking to Stage South? And I guess my issue with that is there's two completely incompatible approaches there, and we're looking for a December report. Still talking to both? Are we still considering both, or have we actually decided that we are heading towards the Dunedin Theatre Network's approach?
We have the resolution from Council for staff to work with the Dunedin Theatre Network, and that's what we've been doing. We also are working with Stage South and others across the performing arts kind of community, because other ideas have come to the table. We don't have formal resolution from Council on any of those other ideas, but we are continuing to meet and talk with those groups. One of the good things that has started to happen is that those groups have started more talking to each other, and we hope that we can get, our hope is to get everybody in the room, and those conversations have started to happen, and we have started to meet with not just individual groups, but to bring some of those groups together. There's some really good thinking and some really good collaboration that's happening between the different groups with different ideas, because everybody wants an outcome, and that's what we have been focused on with those groups, is ensuring that there is an outcome that those groups can get behind, whatever that outcome might be.
That's great, because I've made it pretty clear that I don't want us to be choosing between doing a King Solomon here. So that's good. So we are heading to you're confident that we are heading to a point that they will come back to us with a unified, agreed upon, as best it can be.
I think what they will come back with, well, I'm not sure. They may come back with a unified approach. They may come back with a range of ideas for you to decide on. But whatever you decide on, what we have been working on in the background is that everyone can agree to support something that moves this conversation to the next stage.
Be what you think might be presented in December. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor Benson-Pope, followed by Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. My question is not so much about the forward work plan, but it's about the staff allocation report that's next. So do you want me to ask it now or wait till we get to that? It's sort of further to what you just said in terms of the relationships with very, very varied groups and individuals, and the question that was asked before about the staffing issue is clear. Can we be confident that those people who have presented here, who are the vocal leaders of the concern about our attitude to live music, and certainly not youth voices, are the relationships between those individuals and staff sound and functional?
I would say yes. I understand that for the Ōtepoti Live Music Action Plan, there's been a recent meeting between staff and that group, which is, by all accounts, went well.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question around the theatre network as well. Just to clarify what Councillor O'Malley was asking, just moving forward on that, does that mean in December the recommendation what direction we go on what, i.e. we work with the professional theatre practitioners as in Stage South, or we go with the amateur theatre people? Is that what you're saying? Because this is what we've got at the moment. We've got a divide, and I'm really concerned about it.
What you'll have is options with, that support a way forward with the performing arts venue decision to be made. And what we are doing in the background is working with everyone across the board as best we can. And I would also say that from when I first came to council and started working in this space to where we are now, it has changed completely. And the community is having a different, much more nuanced conversation with us, and they are very aware of some of the things that have been raised around this table in terms of coming with one voice. You might not have one voice that says one thing, but you might. But I'm working towards bringing, working with the community where they can support whatever options might come before you, that they can get behind one of those options, whatever you decide.
Thank you very much for that answer, and I know you and your team are working really hard on it. I'm also concerned that I'm just wondering because 100K has been paid out to the amateur group to get a feasibility study on whether their options are viable, is it possible that because that precedent is set that we might see that happening with all the different people submitting, you know, you can see how they might say, well, they got it. If you're going to seriously consider us, we need this money too. Or do you think that might happen?
No, those conversations, if they were going to happen, would have come out by now. Many, of course, some of those groups have wished they could have got some of that money, but they are aware that the Dunedin Theatre Network got themselves organised. They came to council. They had a proposal. They asked for money. We've gone down that track with them. What that has done, I think, with the community is raised more awareness about, okay, well, maybe we should get ourselves organised so that we can present to council with something that is feasible and that council might take seriously. So it has kind of raised the bar, probably, I would say, across the performing arts community.
Then, there being no more questions, I'm very happy to move that the committee notes the Community Services Committee Forward Work Programme for August 2024. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Are there any speakers to the motion? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly to the performing arts venue. I'm just going to basically send the same message out again, is that we've put the money up for this venue and we're not experts in the area. So we really require the community to come together, and it would be better if they can come together to a consensus point so we can agree on what's needed. That 17.1 million, inflation's hit it so heavily now, it's probably only around about 12 million in terms of buying power than it was when we first allocated that money, and the passage of time is only making that money smaller and smaller.
So Houlihan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I've got exactly the same concerns. That money was put aside for a professional theatre. It was put aside because the Fortune was closed down. That left a gap. What had happened was that the whole ethos we had around a professional theatre pretty much collapsed. Along with that theatre, people have breakouts and have set up other smaller things, but a lot of those professional theatre people have left town to get work and get money. So the aim was to try to keep them here and have a theatre. And of course, the longer it's taking, I know it's no one's fault, but it's just taking so long that it's hurting even more. And when I've spoken to people, they're saying, well, I've said, do you want to come and consult again? And they just say, we've consulted, and we've consulted. What more can we say? So it is really difficult. And certainly, I know a lot of the professional theatre people are hoping that it will be a theatre for professional people. So that then a theatre that will be set up to replace something that was there as the Fortune. But however, what I'm really concerned about is that we now have amateur groups vying for the money too, and I can understand why they're vying for that money. However, that's not what this money was intended for. And so now it's getting broken down with lots of different people saying they could have a bit of it. And I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Although I didn't speak to the motion, I will exercise a right of reply, if you like. I think we have to acknowledge what Ms. Wikada said. Like, everyone is being spoken to, all stakeholders, and hopefully, because of the time that it's taken in terms of building the relationships and enhancing the relationships, everything will be ready for the 9-year plan. And in some respects, it's kind of, the current government being what it is, having changed the timeline for us, or we had that choice. I think it's a gift, and we have to really acknowledge the staff are under the pump continuously, almost, it seems to me, 24/7 with our demands and questions. So if we want to really get the work done, then, you know, let's be very judicious about how much we hassle the staff in between meetings. So be confident, I think, because everyone knows that the 9-year plan is going to be an amazing exercise and test of our values. Kia ora. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? I declare, thank you, the motion is carried. Item number 17, the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan, Staffing Allocation Report. This report from Aratoi provides an update on staff resourcing for the delivery of the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan in 2024/25. The report indicates how staff resourcing is currently allocated within existing budgets in 2024/25. General Manager Arts, Culture and Recreation, Ms. Jeanette Wikaida and Lisa Wilkie, Kaiarahi Team Leader, Creative Partnerships, will speak to the report. Kia ora kōrua, any prefacing comments?
No, happy to take questions, thank you.
Colleagues? Councillor Gary.
Thank you for the report. Just clarification, really, page 40, and this is around the longer term investment for the Music Action Plan, paragraph 11. It talks about the music advisor position and the quote DCC to provide operational resource including new staffing, and then further down staffing allocation for 24/25. So when will that be in place? How is that proceeding?
So that is one of the action points in the plan. That will come to the 9-year plan investment report as part of that work. So we haven't obviously got the funding to have that staff member, and so what's being currently done on the plan is within existing staffing, but that position will come as part of the investment for 9-year plan.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to ask some questions about the plan, and I noticed there's a number of actions that require additional budget, which sort of range around actually creating events and festivals, like number 9, page 41, explore options for increased live performances, explore options for increased youth performances, create pilot projects, entertainment on Street, and a lot of it actually based around events, and last week we were talking about the festival and event strategy. So I just wonder how these are going to align, because I think we'll probably be looking at an event. So how do these plans talk to each other?
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for that. Our whole team is meeting with festivals and events for a work on the new festivals and events management plan on Thursday, and so Music Lens will definitely be part of those discussions.
Kia ora, Councillor Benson Pope, followed by Councillor Huhan.
Thank you. The schedule here, the tables, certainly demonstrate the breadth of what's going on, and the magnitude of the task. I'm probably going to ask you an impossible question, but because there are lots of people doing, lots of existing staff doing different things, I have no understanding of how many FTEs that might be, for example. Can you, even if you can't vaguely estimate that now, can you come back to us and let us know? Because I'm just trying to find out the size of the staff resource that's being applied to this.
Yes, we can come back to that. I mean, I guess I would say that this work has been ongoing for 2 years. So it didn't just start when the plan started. It was going on for a good amount of time beforehand, with the Save Dunedin Live Music folk as part of that working group. And as work was identified by across council, those staff just got on with it and did it, and it became business as usual. So it's kind of what you have in front of you is a whole lot of work that's been ongoing that has become business as usual across the teams. And it's the coordination of that work with the Creative Partnerships team that is sort of requiring, some of it has become business as usual for the Creative Partnerships, some of it has to sit outside business as usual because it's too much work. And so that's kind of what that picture provides. But we can give you an estimate of FTE.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that. Can I just make one additional comment? I mean, I think the breadth of variety of issues that are being traversed here, I think is great in terms of the background of the city and its varied culture, and also the activation of public spaces. I think it's all great, and so all strength to your arms.
Councillor Houlihan, followed by Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been going on for a long time, and there's a lot of frustration. I think it's fair to say a lot of frustration in the industry among a lot of music people. What do you think? This, you may not be able to answer this, but you know, with what you've seen so far, what do you think are the key points that are holding things back at the moment? You know, from actually having some action as such.
Action is ongoing, and as Ms. Bikata said, it's been ongoing for a number of years now. I think when the Ōtepoti Live Music Implementation Plan was laid out with its 36 points, a lot of what was identified as desirable was in fact already part of not just Creative Partnerships daily business as usual, but also events daily business as usual, and indeed going through across a number of different teams in the DCC. Certainly this was adopted 10 months ago now, and so in terms of actually meeting the very specific actions, most of them you will see on the implementation plan were starting off with scoping and considering, and then they were going onwards into 24-25. I can say that the ones now that we do have existing funding set aside for them, there are 2 specific work streams within my department, within my team, and work is proceeding on them. And if you look at the financial year, it started in July and it's now August, so we are proceeding with a variety of actions that are coming on.
Well, that's great to hear. So at the moment, sorry. That's great to hear. Thank you. So at the moment, you're saying you've got some budget that's actually allocated to this, helping sort out some of these problems in the music, to do with this Save Dunedin music, and so you feel you can move forward with some of those. Can I ask, what reaction did you get from the people in the music sector about the plan? Do you feel like they're happy with it, or?
I'll just say that we have existing budget that's been set aside to, so it's not new budget, it's existing budget that's being allocated to the plan. My staff met with Save Dunedin Live Music a few weeks ago, 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, and went through the sorts of activities that are doing. My team is also going out and meeting with other voices within the music sector, and they are very excited about the sorts of options that are going to be coming up with providing especially young people opportunities to develop their music industry skills. And I was speaking with somebody at an events thing the other week from the Dunedin Youth Orchestra, and she's really excited about the sorts of opportunities that are coming up for young people and through this plan.
Great. So the Save Dunedin music people, they were very happy with this plan, were they?
They're very happy with the plan, and they were instrumental in the development of it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley, followed by Councillor Barker.
Oh, I'm good now, thanks, Mr.
Thank you. So I had a question around number 31, which was consider the creation of one or more city entertainment precincts. And we had this morning about the 2GP and the plan changes in that. So I just wonder, because it's got no who's delivering it beside it, and I just wondered whether it might go through the city planning. And I know we had the centre city plan, and that's sitting on a work program somewhere to do some work on that. I can't remember which committee it's reporting to. I just know it's sitting somewhere, so I just wonder if that's an opportunity to stick that in there.
This certainly does not sit with creative partnerships. It sits with the city development team, and I can find out if they have this specifically in one of their work streams.
So, Melly?
My suspicion was, in fact, they are not putting it through on the current district plan review, and that it's sitting further back on the work stream. So could you just clarify where it sits? Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Houlihan?
Thank you. So if that's the case, what needs to happen? We need to get it on that plan now. Is that what are the steps we need to do to?
We'll have to find that out for you. I'm not au fait about getting things into the planning team schedules.
Any other questions? Tēnā kōrua. I move that the Committee A notes the staff allocation for the delivery of the Otapoti Live Music Action Plan for 2024-25 report. Is there a seconder? Any discussion? Councillor O'Malley.
Just want to say it's a robust looking plan. There's lots of activities in there that looks really good. And just on the district plan change, there's no room why it's not in this current view, but we do need to make sure it's sitting in the next.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhem.
I'm really excited to see the 36 action points in this, including entertainment precincts, established and safeguarding live music in the central city, the establishment of music spaces and creative hubs, venues that are fit for purpose and safe music spaces, free, low-cost, family-friendly experiences, entertainment boxes on George Street. We'll soon have a pilot program, youth-led live performance, funding for music mentors, profiling local musicians, elevating our youth Māori and Pasifika artists, increase activation of our public spaces and green spaces for live performance and festivals, whilst supporting our regular events, New Year's Eve celebrations, Puaka Matariki, the Sunday Sounds at the Botanical Gardens, and music in the park. I think this is wonderful, and the bottom line for me is that the DCC noise control website is going to be regularly reviewed to ensure information around noise control process is accessible and clear. I really want to thank staff for all of the mahi that's gone into this, for collaborating with our music community and incorporating everybody's voice into this. And I can see when this is implemented that we're going to have a welcoming, inclusive and vibrant space around music and entertainment in the centre of the city. And for me, this is a dream. I think it's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank Ms Waikara for her continued work. She's done a lot of work on this, and I know Lisa Wilkie has also done work on this. But, you know, I think it must be frustrating for her and for any staff, I think, when they're in this situation, when there's crossovers in different departments, you know, where there's something from city projects, something from perhaps customer regulatory around some of the sound. There's lots of different things. So I think as a council, as a whole, we need to look at a way we can streamline that a lot better, I think, for when people can come together, talk and work out how to get things done a lot faster, because when it all sits on the shoulders of one department, but it's not that area that's actually responsible for the whole job. It's a whole lot of different areas, and it causes lots of delays. It's not really fair. But whether it's fair or not, people are sitting there waiting, and what they're getting really frustrated. And I know it's, you know, everybody's trying, and there's frustrations, I'm sure.
Excuse me, Councillor. You know, when you say people are sitting there waiting, you are aware that three...
Is that a point of order?
Well, I am just correcting you. I don't need to call a point of order. I'm just correcting you. When you say there are people...
Can you just stop me talking?
I can.
Chair can, right.
So are you aware that, you know, not everyone is waiting? 3 live music venues have opened. So people are getting on with it, and so are the staff.
Thank you, Chair. That's your opinion. That's fabulous. I've spoken
It's
to
no
people.
opinion, it's fact.
Yep, that's fine. There are some things happening, there's no doubt about that, but there are people who are frustrated with how long it's taking. And I provised all this with saying that the staff here are working many hours to get things done, but I'm just stating a fact myself, actually. And, you know, I don't appreciate actually being interrupted because it is correct what I'm saying. So
No, it isn't.
Point of order. I don't think what you're saying is correct. I think that's just hearsay, Councillor Houlihan.
Okay, let's bring David Bennett in then. Let's contact him and ask him if he's frustrated.
Point of order.
Wait.
Chair.
I'll just tell you what that point is. Misrepresentation. D.
I'm going to uphold the order, the point of order. Please stop misrepresenting what's happening.
Right, okay, so there seems to be censorship here. But anyway, so under censorship, I'll say what I can to finish, is...
Thank you. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And having gone through the birth congestion process, gestation process of the Heritage Action Plan, I really would like to commend the staff for how far they've got with this plan. It's been great to see all of these things saying underway, ongoing. I particularly took on board that you said that you'd met Dunedin Live Music within 10 days or last week, so that's a point to make. I think that this is really useful for breaking down the silos within council as well. When we do have these strategies and these plans, this is all about council staff working together, and I think it's great that we've got the labels of, or the titles of all of the different groups working together, and it's great to see that what we really want is a passionate, committed staff, and I'm sure that we've got it all working together for the same goals, and that's why it's great to have a plan like this. It's great to see what's actually being achieved as well, and it'll be great to share this with the community. I also just looked up where the Central City Plan was going to infrastructure. Knew I'd seen it in a forward work program somewhere, so I think that might be an opportunity to, I know it's about a business case, but maybe an opportunity to have a talk about that city entertainment precincts there, because the other process is very long. Yeah, so well done on this plan, and congratulations on getting everything working.
Kia ora. Councillor Gary, followed by Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of live music, there's such a breadth in the city, from classical to country, jazz to rock. It does add to the vibrancy of our city, but this paper is about staff allocation. And so the thing that I want to say is first to acknowledge how well the team works across the organisation. I know that because of my interactions with them in a previous role. And to say we need to look to ourselves in terms of resourcing, staff resourcing, and we will be doing that in the 9-year plan. So I do hope that you all remember your comments when it comes to making those decisions, because that is down to us to enable our staff to do the work the community wants of them and to work with all of the groups. And just to finally acknowledge the Save Dunedin Live Music group that started this process off along with staff. It's never going to be a quick fix, and it is difficult for the community sometimes to understand it. You'll remember when you first came to council, you thought that things would happen quickly, and you learned very quickly that it doesn't. And so that is difficult for the community to understand. But please, we've got to look to ourselves around the resourcing of the work that we want our people to do.
Councillor Wiley.
I wasn't going to speak to this because this is not one of those issues that I'm really in depth involved in, and so I sit outside of this and I look at it and what's taking place. I do take umbrage at what a lot of the when I read the reports, I see what's happening. I hear from the staff that there are so many things working in progress, and as Councillor Gary's rightly said, you come to council thinking you're going to get some things done, and it's going to be, we don't work at a quick pace at times, and this is one of those things that is evolving as such, but we're making headway. The bottom line is, we've had a lot of presentations from different groups, and they've all had an impact. If there are any loud voices out there, or any quiet voices out there that don't feel they're being heard, there's an opportunity for them to come and present a public forum. I don't believe there is actually anybody in the community that has not been consulted with, engaged with. When I look at the list and the different reports, they are all being contacted, referenced, and actually listened to. So I support the chair in the process that we're going through. I think we also have to acknowledge the new business owners that are taking on new music spots and thank them for doing that. We will get there, but maybe not in the right process that some would like. But we have to allow the opportunity for everybody to have a voice, not just some, and I think that's starting to come through loud and clear. So when I hear a councillor make issues about this group isn't being consulted or they have not been represented, they're welcome to come to public forum and present. But even better, I'm sure that Councillor Lefiso and her deputy would be happy to basically speak to them over a coffee and engage with them again. But I just find it really frustrating when these generic comments are made, and this is from someone that's not invested in this industry but actually watches it quite closely. So
I'm gonna are there any other speakers? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? I declare the motion is carried. Thank you. Item number 18, Otipoti Live Music Action Plan, Music Advisory Panel, Draft Terms of Reference Report. The report from Aratoi seeks the approval of the draft terms of reference for the establishment of a Music Advisory Panel for the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan, or Music Action Plan. Terms of reference for a Music Advisory Panel have been developed using the amended Terms of Reference template adopted by Council on June 25th, 2024. Approval of the proposed Terms of Reference in our report would facilitate the formal establishment of a Music Advisory Panel as outlined in the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan. General Manager Arts, Culture and Recreation, Ms. Jeanette Wikaira and Lisa Wilkie Kaiarahi, Team Leader Creative Partnerships, will speak to the report and respond to questions. Tēnā kōrua, any prefacing comments?
Happy to take questions.
Councillor Ackland, followed by Councillor Barker and then Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The membership of the panel states that there's one councillor, but the quorum is making it clear that you need 4 members and one must be a councillor. And so I think that could be a situation whereby you only just need that one councillor not to be available for a particular meeting and the meeting's off. So my suggestion would be that gets changed to 2 councillors. Or alternate. It's probably better to have 2 because then majority of the time both would be present and you can keep up to date. Whereas if you're alternate, then the other one's playing catch-up football. Anyway, just a thought.
So this is a draft terms of reference, and if you want to make changes, then that's entirely up to yourselves.
Well, Madam Chair, I will signal that I would like to move an amendment to what's being proposed here to just basically change that one councillor to 2. which would give a total of 9 people on this panel. Is that the right way to go about it, or not?
And subsequent to that, then the quorum would be 5.
Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Atkins' comment was one thing that I'd noticed as well, so thank you for bringing that up. My question is on page 47, which is a further report to nominees for the Music Advisory Panel, and I was, having gone through the process with the Heritage Action Advisory Panel, which may have got a little bit sticky along the way, will this be in the confidential section? I just think there just needs to be some clarity around process to protect people's privacy.
Yes, there will be. It will go in confidential.
Also, Melly.
Madam Chair, page 54, 2.1.3. It's actually just asking the question, planning and the district plan doesn't seem to be in there in terms of creating the environment or the ecosystem. So I was wondering just how we could add it in, because it's basically, again, it's about creating the environment, so therefore we need to have district planning to support.
So those points, 2.11 down to 2.14, are the 4 themes that are in the action plan. So it's already been created that way, that approved that way. It's the same wording.
Okay. The only reason I just want to leave it in there is because if we don't get district planning support to go with it, then it won't help the ecosystem. So it's a very minor detail, to be honest. Just wondering. Yeah. I think you can catch it in 2.1.3 just as an add-on to the sentence, like and city planning, something like that. Well, that will need to be amended. Yeah. Or can we leave this with minor adjustments? And I would think that would be a minor adjustment.
Any other questions? Are you right with shall we? I would propose that we take an adjournment so that, thank you, Councillor Gilbert, so that staff can work the resolution 5 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. 5-minute break. Thank you. Tēnā tātou, we have the amended motion resolution before us, taking into account feedback from councillors, particularly Councillor Eklund. Tēnā koutou to the staff for working to our expectations.
Did we not just include Councillor Melly's suggestion of the...
This goes in the minor amendments to the Chief Executive, just to fit it in somewhere. That's what the C's been added for, so that staff can work out the wording to put it in the right place.
Okay, I'm very happy to move that we approve, the committee approves the draft terms of reference for the Music Advisory Panel with the following amendments. 1, 5.4.4, the membership to consist of two councillors to be added. 5.7, the quorum is 5 members and 1 must be a councillor. And B notes that if the draft terms of reference for the Music Advisory Panel is approved, the next steps include 1, a public notification process will be undertaken to receive expressions of interest for potential members for the Musical Advisory Panel. 2, following the public notification process, staff will prepare a further report for the Community Services Committee to consider nominees for the Music Advisory Panel. And C, the Chief Executive is authorised to make minor amendments as necessary. I have a seconder. Okay. Councillor Eklund, and are there speakers to the motion? Awesome. I would just like to say again, heartfelt tēnā koutou to the staff, and just keep on keeping on, and kia kaha, especially on the relationships, and aroha ki te tangata, kia ora. I'm going to put the motion. We're doing it separately? Taking part A? Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded, please.
Thank you. All those... we got there, sorry. Thank you, the motion is carried. Thanks. Review of Te Whare o Rukutia Operating Model Report. Item number 19, Te Whare o Rukutia is the name given to the DCC-owned performing arts venue sited at 20 Princes Street. The venue has been managed by the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust since March 2022. The report from Aratoi presents a review of Te Whare o Rukutia, including its operational model, bookings, costs, promotion and use of space. This includes comparisons with similar performing arts venues, a comparative analysis of a performance venue with a curated program of events, and a venue operating solely as a bookable community performing arts space is also provided. Welcome anō, Ms. Wikaira and Ms. Wilkie. And I understand Ms. Nielsen, as Group Manager Property Services, is going to also be here to respond to questions as well. Tēnā koutou, any prefacing comments?
Yes, I just have a few small factual amendments after getting a few clarifications. One is to do with paragraph 14, the original wording where it says, in mid-December 2023, the Fringe Arts Trust informed DCC that it intended to cease its operation of Te Whare o Rukutia due to a lack of ongoing operational funding. That wording is incorrect, and it should read, Dunedin Fringe's intent to close Te Whare o Rukutia on Friday the 29th of March until additional funding can be secured to continue its operations. So that's just a point of clarification. The second one is to do with number 20, and this is where it says the use of... Sorry, number 21. It says the use of the space by professional performing arts practitioners has been low. Now, this was a misconception of mine, and it was a semantic mistake. I was speaking of in terms of professional theatre practitioners, in terms of commercial theatre practitioners, as you would see producing programs that you would have seen at the earlier Fortune Theatre or the Court or the Waterfront Theatre in Auckland. So approximately half of the people who were making use of Te Whare o Rokatia were indeed professional and that they were getting paid. So that was just a correction to that point there I'd like to make.
Tēnā koe. Questions, colleagues? Anne?
May not be able to answer this, but I'm just wondering how you discovered that Te Whare o Rokatia was closing.
An email was sent by Fringe in December, as noted in where I've just said. On the email was sent mid to late December, I believe.
So it's incorrect to say that you found out when you rang and there was an answer phone message on the phone saying it was not operating anymore. That's incorrect, is it?
Sorry, did one of us say that to you? I'm not.
That's what I was told, but that must be incorrect, so that's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Gilbert, Councillor Gary, and then Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I have a few, so I'll start off at the very beginning and then hand over and might end up coming back. The first one is sort of circle around it. So on point 16 around DFAT's involvement with the New Zealand Young Writers Festival, and I realise it's not specific to Te Whare, but the door's been opened. I was surprised to learn that DFAT was behind the festival, particularly given we're UNESCO City of Literature. So rather than it being led by the City of Lit, what involvement does the City of Lit have with the organisation of the festival now?
I am probably not the best place to answer that question. It would probably be best placed to be directing that to Fringe, because they're the ones who are involved in the operations of running that festival.
So jumping forward to number 27, it says that providing a fit-for-purpose space and professional support. That presumably is, because you do mention the theatre operators of these venues. I'm assuming you mean all of those venues, Bats, Basement, etc. Right, lovely. So, and I'm going to pick on the likes of Meteor, Basement and Bats. So they essentially provide a venue for hire with technical assistance, is the way I kind of read that?
It's significantly more than technical assistance, especially in terms of Bats and Basement. They receive substantial amounts of money from Creative New Zealand through the Tōtara and Kaikatia investment funds, and part of their professional operations is to provide significant wraparound pastoral care and professional development opportunities for early career and emerging practitioners who perform and produce works in those places. So it's not a space for hire, it's much more than that. And you can certainly see that in the staffing levels of each of them. There is also, with the Meteor, although they don't have the Creative New Zealand funding behind them, they too have some focus on supporting their local practitioners. They were very proud to say to me that 70% of their programming was actually Waikato created and produced. So there are significant elements of that very real care for the development of sort of an ecosystem for early practitioners and emerging artists.
Lovely, but they're, as you put out in number 26, they are more presenting rather than producing, okay, albeit, as you've now explained, the development as well, but they're not so much in the presenting.
What they do is they don't. People come to them with a production that they want to put on, but as part of that, there's a whole structure of staff sitting behind them who can assist with technical support, who can assist with marketing and promotion, who can assist with putting, if somebody were looking for a dramaturg for somebody later on in the year, they have all of those sort of pastoral and performing arts community networks that they can draw upon to support. If somebody's bringing in a new play, they can tap them into other parts of the ecosystem. So nobody's operating in isolation. They're operating within, you could almost say, within sort of a whānau of performing arts.
And a quick search shows to me that whilst the theatres themselves have a much longer history, the current model of operation, for example, the BATS was somewhere in the early 80s, Basement 2008 and Meteor 2012. So particularly in reference to BATS, how do you think that understanding and that history juxtaposes with the comment on number 39 that a space for hire model is not a resource that will nourish a sustainable performing arts ecosystem in the medium or long term? It seems that BATS is rather long term. Is it that what is missing is that wraparound element to it to make a venue for hire model work, if that makes sense?
I would certainly class BATS as more than a venue for hire. They're certainly, as I mentioned, one of the ones that provides a lot of sort of adjacent care and support. They work in very strongly with the festivals that do run, say, within Wellington for BATS. So you'd be looking at Wellington's own fringe festivals. Basement works in with Pride, for example, Auckland Pride, and so they have these strong sort of inter-community networks. If a space, you could liken it, for example, if the way I was considering a basic venue for hire, like a walk-in, walk-out, would be akin to maybe a performing arts version of the community gallery that we have here, where it's an empty space, somebody walks in, all of the responsibility for what is produced in that space comes in with the person and leaves with the person. There is no actual personnel or indeed knowledge infrastructure that supports something when it's in there. And from what I understand of BATS, it has been running for a very long time. So it does come with those historical networks that stretch back, over decades, and those relationships are the sorts of things that buoy a venue like that over the hard times. When through COVID, for example, it's those networks that can be relied upon and drawn upon, so sort of to come back, and it's those that will help keep a venue afloat.
Thank you. I do have other questions, but I'll open that up for everybody else.
Councillor Gary and then Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the report. It's obviously really complex, but I go back to the annual plan and the presentations we had. It was very clear to me, inspiring to actually hear young people talk about the importance of that Te Whare o Rakatia had in the development of their early careers. And so it's with that in mind that I ask you the question, I think it's page 58, where there's it's number 4, Roman numerals, that the resolution had requested a workshop with Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust Board and councillors to fully understand Te Whare o Rakatia. And I know our calendars are a nightmare, but what progress on trying to organise that meeting before the end of the year?
I was certainly hoping to be able to organise that before this meeting, and specifically sometime before the report. Unfortunately, I was not able to get dates from the board that was suitable and were received in enough time, but that work is certainly ongoing.
And I know that we're not exactly helpful in terms of the busyness of our diaries, so I know that's complex. I do think that's going to be really important to our understanding. Can you just clarify for me another question, page 61? There's just it's a funding, the funding table, and that's great. And it just mentions the second last box, business plan not completed, partial funds returned. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why sometimes things aren't successful. But can you just speak to that?
I can. In May 2022, the board of the Fringe Arts Trust contracted Iris & Co., which was a recommendation by a previous board chair, to research and write this business plan. In the interim, as some of you may remember, there were significant changes within Fringe. The earlier director, Gareth, actually left, and there was a new leadership team put in place. As well as that, there was somewhat of a shock when the Dunedin Fringe wasn't successful in getting some of its significant funding. Craig Ireson had come down, I believe. It could well have been late 2022, I'd have to find the exact date, to speak with staff. But then in, I've got here, March 23, Mr. Ireson withdrew from the contract, and one of the reasons, or he cited two main reasons. One that he cited was that he was unable to complete it due to delays that came about due to change in personnel and to funding insecurity. And also I had a quote that he was actually going to take up significant amounts of work with the Napier City Council post-Cyclone Gabrielle. So unfortunately that fell through.
And not helping here is the changes in Creative New Zealand funding as well. So that's a layer that's difficult. Final question, and it's paragraph 42 on page 65. And you've spoken to this a little bit, but it's around given a sound strategic direction. This model is best suited to realise performing arts objectives and to support identified creative priorities. Ongoing secure funding is essential, which is, we'd now circle back to the reason that you clarified around why Fringe has paused its operation. So would you like to speak to the importance of ongoing secure funding to any facility of this kind using this model?
I think it is, and research would back me up with this, it is absolutely essential that in order to achieve strategic goals and outcomes that any sort of organisation, arts organisation or sports organisation actually is able to plan within a relatively stable fiscal environment. If funding is contestable every 12 months, which in reality is every 9 to 10 months, given the time it takes to actually draw up new budgets and submit grant applications, that is a huge amount of energy and time that's taken out of the core business of making a venue successful and thriving, and supporting practitioners. All of the feedback that Creative New Zealand received over its past sort of 18 months of looking into its funding models, the need for multi-year funding was suggested as something that is hugely beneficial. We have seen in Dunedin that the Otago Community Trust, for example, has adopted a multi-year funding model for the Dunedin Symphony Orchestra, and I know that that has provided a very welcome measure of stability in terms of funding their sort of operational costs and ongoing costs. And we can see here, when you look through, and I'll talk about basement and BATS in particular, the amount of funding that they receive from Creative New Zealand through this kahikatea and tōtara is, and it's more than the backbone of their operations. I would say it's more like their 75% of their actual functional organs that keeps them going. And on top of that, they are able to access additional funding as well through local government and through public trusts. I can speak to the Meteor, which is an interesting one, because they actually, in this year's annual plan process in Hamilton, they had the opportunity, they have received multi-year funding for the past 3 years, and this was actually removed or voted for, slated for removal by council in the annual plan hearings. And there was a public outcry, and that decision has been reversed. And so they are now able to access, and I had that confirmed, their funding through the City Council as a 3-yearly multi-year funding. In addition to that, they do access, I believe, another, I think it's $80,000 through 2 public trusts up in the Waikato. But if people are focused on trying to find the crumbs that's needed to keep them at least even ticking over and coming to work, it's very hard to make something thrive.
Final question. Thank you for that answer. Is it also important, the signals that local government gives, and then you've got people like other funders like Community Trust, and then you've got CNZ. There's sort of it's a chicken and egg somewhat, is it not, around the sort of indications that one group gives that then gives another group confidence. So we'll take council, for example, and CNZ. Is that how it works?
I can speak to that sort of vote of confidence idea from, for example, the one organisation that we do have in Dunedin which receives Kahikatea funding, which is the 3-year significant amount of investment funding from Creative New Zealand, and that would be the Symphony Orchestra. And I do know that they are provided that level of funding and that security of funding, and they do need to, it assumes a certain level of local government or additional funding will follow that. So funding does tend to attract funding, I suppose would be the best way I can put it.
Kia ora, Councillor Lucas, followed by Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Back on page 59, when you talk about the MOU that was signed between the DCC and the Fringe, was that for a particular period, a finite period, or was it open-ended, or did it have an end date on it?
I believe that it started and then COVID came, it got stretched out, and then we kind of ended up with a slightly elongated period when originally it had been a little bit shorter, but because of COVID in the middle, it got pushed out a bit.
So it hadn't expired as when on the 29th of March 24 when Fringe ceased operating.
From memory, there were some discussions happening prior to that March date around things coming to an end in terms of leases and also the MOU. And what had been run as part of the MOU was a pilot of how the Fringe Arts Trust would run Te Whare Ora-Kutia. So that was all kind of part of it.
So just to clarify, as it's outlined on number 15, that is part of that MOU that would be looked at the successful operation by the Fringe of the Performing Arts Trust and ongoing consideration of sustainable funding. So the intention always was by DCC that those issues would be resolved hopefully over that period of the MOU.
That's correct. That was the intention. Yep.
And further to that, so what's happened to Te Whare since the 29th of March? Is it nothing's happened? Because it says here that the Fringe is intended to cease its operation.
I can say that Fringe has indicated to us that as their staffing levels and their resources allow, they are doing their best to take bookings and to use Te Whare Rokotia. It has been used just recently for the AMPT music project.
So how does that work? And this could be a kind of a circular question or circular money question. So if the Fringe are using it for their events, because if I came in to use it for my event, would I'd be paying for that? So how does the Fringe work in terms of they're using it for their events?
As I understand, Fringe has always, if for example the AMPT project is using Te Whare Rokotia for its own events, that does sit on the budget line as an expense. Of course, it becomes a money go round, yeah, but we certainly have that within council as well.
Councillor Houlihan.
Just to clarify, after those questions, I'm just a bit confused. So from the end of March, do they still have any funding that council gives for them to continue, or like how does that work? Because that obviously must be a yearly thing that they apply. Do they apply to grants, or how? Because that was something I was going to raise before those questions. Is that at the moment we've got a grants review going, and we've also got, I think at the moment, because we had that workshop around events, and it was brought up at that meeting that larger events could come under and be considered for, longer term funding, which it was generally sort of agreed that seemed to be quite good. So where is this going to come through? Because we seem to have quite a few different things going at the moment. I'm just wondering.
The amount of operational funding that the Dunedin Fringe applies for, so this is excluding events funding, which is separate, and that comes from a separate funding pool. So so that covers funding for the Dunedin Fringe Festival, for the AMPT music project, and for the New Zealand Young Writers Festival. And Fringe accesses funding from not just through DCC but through a range. They spend a lot of time writing applications for a range of funding. That could be from New Zealand Music Commission. The City Council provides funding through the Contestable City Service Grants Fund. That is very contested. It's oversubscribed, and the amount of money that the Fringe is allocated through that is for general operational funding. It is not specifically for Te Whare Rokotia funding. If the organisation chose to use it towards that, that would be their decision.
Thank you. And so the Te Whare Rokotia, that was a one-year pilot, is that correct? Or
the pilot began in May 2022, and that was primarily funded with Ministry of Culture and Heritage funding and Creative New Zealand funding.
Some of that was from the funds that the fortune that was left from the fortune, is that correct?
No.
None of that. And has Creative New Zealand has now cut that funding as well, have they?
The funding that was received was very specific. It was received in 2021-22, and it has run out.
So at the moment, the Fringe gets funding for all the other things they do, but they're not. Is the situation that at the moment they haven't got any funding for Te Whare Rokotia, as in money, but they do get funding in the fact that they get the rent for free, and they get the what was the other thing you mentioned free? Sorry, I've forgotten something else for free. The bookings. So if there's booking, they can use the thing for all their venues. They don't have to pay to use venues themselves. They get that for free. Is that correct?
The venue is provided to be run by whomever is running it. It happens to be the Fringe Arts Trust at present. That is provided on a peppercorn rental. There is the only operational funding that the Fringe Arts Trust had to run Te Whare Rokotia specifically was the money that they had applied for themselves for that pilot project. The contribution from DCC was contribution in kind for for rent rebates, and the property team did do some refurbishment which allowed Te Whare Orokatia to be made relatively fit for purpose. It's also worth mentioning that the actual equipment that is inside Te Whare Orokatia is owned and was paid for by the Fringe Arts Trust with money from central government and other public funders.
On that subject, was that money from a grant for the Te Whare Orokatia specifically, or was it for general for anything, or was it for Te Whare?
So are you talking about the
government grant that got for the equipment?
Yes, that was specifically for Te Whare Orokatia.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the comparison with the new Athenaeum, and I see that in the others it sort of has occupancy and bookable days. Was that information not available for that one?
I was hoping to get some yesterday, but I had asked for it, but it didn't come back to me, and same with bats, unfortunately.
No anecdotal observations. No, fair enough. I saw that it was that new Athenaeum was started in 2018 with the Otago Community Trust paying for that technical equipment. But I just wonder, the Dunedin Collaborative Theatre Trust, and I've done the quick Google to try and understand who they are and who they represent. Have you got more information on that?
Just give me one moment. So the new Athenaeum was, I believe it was set up in 2016, and it was set up to run, I believe they had access to the new Athenaeum space and thought that that would be a great, potentially a very good theatre venue. So it is an organisation with the focus on performing arts communities, and their purpose was to create a flexible rehearsal, collaborative and performance space open to all practitioners, to encourage more engagement in theatre through the open nature of theatre and rehearsal spaces. They're a charitable trust, there are 6 trustees, and they have a half-time general manager. I do know that there are, during the Fringe Festival, that a number of fringe activities go into the new Athenaeum, and they have a number of local arts organisations that regularly use the space, like Gasp Dance Theatre, or Gasp Dance, and I know that in Procedural, which is there, they use that as their base.
I guess it goes back to the report that we had before, which is talking about the performing arts and the groups together. So I was just trying to understand where the Dunedin Collaborative Theatre Trust kind of fits in the ecosystem, and maybe I don't know if that's it, because that's why I was trying to look up the trustees and understand who were the trustees and where they were positioning themselves in the ecosystem.
I suppose the trust is running the venue, and the venue owner is part of the Dunedin Theatre Network, as I understand. That would be Laurie Forbes.
Councillor Gilbert, followed by Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'll let everybody else have a go, so I'm back. Okay, starting with number 29, the table on number 29. And help me through, because generally speaking, when in business, rent or lease is considered an OPEX. It's not CAPEX. So here, with the funding model and the DCC support, in the terms of the funding model there, whilst it is mentioned further up, I think it's number 23, 24, something like that, I was surprised that the $290,000 worth of rent equivalent over 2 years wasn't included in the OPEX on this particular table. Is there any reason for that I'm missing?
I believe I had in under 24, I've got the DCC contribution, and so I do have the 2 years in kind rent rebate, which does count as OPEX. I wasn't able to put the annual OPEX into each of them because I didn't have the full budgets of all of the organisations, but yes, it would be considered an OPEX normally.
So it would normally show there. Also on that same table, when I look at the other comparisons, including in fact New Athenaeum, can you talk to the logic of not, or the thought? Are you able to speak to the logic of not following what appears to be standard industry practice in terms of the risk share, etc., door sales, portion of door sales?
I'm not an expert in that, but what I can believe is that the no take from the ticket sales is part of an ethos of trying to provide the most support for practitioners. It's expensive to come to Dunedin and to put on productions if you're from an external place, and it is a way of supporting artists to actually be paid fairly for their mahi. In terms of the risk share option, I believe this would probably be better directed to Fringe themselves. I believe this is potentially an option, and it has been an option in the past, but it might not always be the most fiscally beneficial.
Don't panic, I'm getting closer. I've only got 2 more questions, I think. Number 46, the level of funding excuse me, available to support this provision and the venue will be operated, which got me wondering, do we have a total of, in all types of funding, rent provisions included, from the DCC to performance venues, and if we don't, can we?
I would prefer to give that to you after this because I don't want to fudge the numbers, but I probably can find that out for you.
And the last one is a bit of a trampoline because we're going to bounce around the page, the report, starting off at number 19, where after Prospect Park and the Festival of the Arts left the project, the strategic direction, governance and operation of the venue rested exclusively with DFAT. Then we jump to number 28, where in bullet point 3, the venue was seen by some creatives as only available for activities that were aligned with DFAT. Then we jump to number 41, where it says that a community focusing program venue should be embedded with, etc., and staffed with people who understand the needs and aspirations of their community. I'm assuming by that we're talking about the wider community. So, would it therefore be fair to say that the comment, and we're still bouncing, in number 49, where it's providing an operator of Te Whare o Rokatia with secure operational funding would help the venue to grow, etc., would it be fair to say that that should be providing the right operator?
I think that would be a decision for council to make with regards as to what strategic outcomes they want to see from the venue itself.
Well answered, Lisa. You should be sitting around here.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just check, you may not be able to answer these, so when Fringe kindly offered to manage Te Whare o Rokatia, did it get any less funding for Fringe, to run Fringe financially for us, or was the levels they had for Fringe were the same, so they didn't miss out, I'm just trying to work out their financials for Fringe and all the other different things. They still got the same funding, like they didn't get any less because they were running that, or did they get more for Fringe? Or
I don't know that. You would have to ask the grants subcommittee as to their decision making with regards to events funding.
Oh, I see.
Any other questions?
Can I ask another? So when Fringe previously, prior to running Te Whare Rokatia, did they have to pay to find space then if they wanted to, have theatre space for workshops, rehearsals and things for Fringe people to provide for that? Did they have to pay for that space? Like, what I'm trying to find out is, since they've had that is that a cost they no longer have?
Prior to Te Whare o Rokatia coming into existence, any of the operators who have used it, and if they had wanted to run something without Te Whare o Rukatia being there, they would have had to have found an additional venue, another space. And with regards to fringe events being in the venue, as I stated earlier, these did sit as expenses on their books, so they did note down that they were indeed paying for the use of the space.
Councillor Lucas.
Just a final question. It's to do with the resolution that we're noting this report, and then the second part is noting to arrange a meeting with the Fringe Arts Trust. So we're not making any decisions today, and I'm just concerned that this is kind of limping along in limbo. That's my words. And I'm just wondering, we passed this resolution, but I just think we need a bit of urgency. And I know you've been trying to organise a meeting, but I'm just concerned with this motion whether we can put a bit of urgency in this to kind of progress this.
Yes, we feel in a similar way. So is your question, can we make the meeting urgent?
Do we need to put a date and, by whatever, or I don't know. I'm just mindful that we, this was an annual plan issue, and here we are, end of August, and we're not meeting again until October or whatever. I mean, it's just another 2 months, and it just kind of seems to me it's just, but we're just kind of limping along.
A meeting before mid-September? We will try.
Just, you have another question?
Thank you. So at the moment, can I think this has been clarified, but so the Te Whare Rukatia has been closed down by Fringe, is that correct? Is that where we're at the moment?
Councillor, it's in the report, on page 59, giving a timeline. Well, the germane point is that the Fringe Arts Festival paused their operation of Te Whare o Rukutia because they didn't have the $75,000, or they made a request for $75,000 to operate. That's it. They didn't close it down. They just said they paused it until operational funding could be made available.
So is anyone else operating at the moment, or no one's able to go in and use it?
That was already answered earlier.
Okay.
Other non-Fringe trust people have run events in it. Is anyone of a mind to move the resolution? Thank you, Councillor Gary. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we have gone through the process of asking questions, establishing facts, asking questions and arriving at this point, and thank you, Councillor Lucas, for asking the question around the urgency of the meeting, and I do know staff have been trying very hard. We do have a very challenging calendar, but I appreciate you asking that question because it is urgent. And I just want to reflect back for a moment, and I just acknowledge, I acknowledge the presence of the lead of the Fringe in the room. Thank you to the staff for the work done and for the very clear and careful way that they have articulated and clarified the details of the report. But I just reflect back to when Te Whare o Rukatia was established, and it was always meant to be an interim measure while we got our act together to make a decision about the performing arts venue. Now, we've had COVID in the meantime and lots of other, and we didn't expect our 10-year plan to be delayed. But we just need to remember how we got to this place. And that is not the fault of the performing arts community. A lot of great work has been going on in the interim. We heard from the early career stage performing arts people at the annual plan, and I reiterate, I was incredibly inspired by listening to the difference this venue and all the activities in it had on these young people's careers. We are the ones who turned down the request for funding, and that was a council decision. And so we need to just remember all of that. This is a complex matter, and yes, there are other people who could run it, but we need to best understand the complexities of this facility and the model, and I go back to paragraph 42 around ongoing secure funding is essential for the success of this model. And yes, there are other models. And the other comment, time is another necessary resource as the venue finds its feet and new networks are established. I want to applaud all the work that's gone on to date. It's not making their living in this arts sector. It is not easy. So it's not like they're on the make for a lot of profit or money. I just want to remind us of that. So thank you to all the work being done. The onus is on us as governors to understand the facility, the venue, in parallel with us working towards making a decision about the performing arts, and then work out what the next steps are. So I would just ask for that self-reflection, please, as we go forward.
Any other speakers? Right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Kia ora, that is carried. On to the next item, number 20, South Dunedin Library and Community Complex Update Report. And a report from the Executive Leadership Team has provided an update to Council on the development of the new South Dunedin Library and Community Complex, SDLCC. The report provides an update on the building construction, transport, exterior and interior design, community engagement and library services. General Manager Corporate Services is Mr. Rob West. Ms. Anna Nielsen, Group Manager Property Services, Anne-Marie Wrigley, Director Library Services, will speak to the report and respond to questions. Would you like to preface questions? Yes. Do we need to caution colleagues?
Sorry, I'm not in that seat, but we have a confidential report coming up after this, and any questions that you might want to ask about other things might be best to be put into that section.
Order. Any questions? Councillor Benz Pope.
I'm wondering if a staff present heard the comment Ms. Doig made earlier about the attractiveness of the building and its contribution to the urban space in South Dunedin.
Yes, I did hear that.
I make this comment, Madam Chair, because I have read recently some most uncharitable comments about unnecessary expenditure on the hospital to make it look nice when it could have just been a concrete block building and saved a lot of money. And I think it's important that we acknowledge the good work that has been done by staff and designers to produce such an attractive building, which will contribute so well to the attractiveness of the King Edward Street area, aside from its importance and its other functionality.
Any other questions? Councillor Gary?
I was delighted to see a group that's been there from the start, the breastfeeding group, La Leche, etc., still involved in having an outcome. So are they happy with the result? I would assume so.
Yes, they're very happy.
Thank you for continuing those conversations, and I imagine that's in parallel with many other conversations you've had over time.
Councillor Wiley.
Just get a clarification. Is the design of the interior fixed from now going forward, or is there ability for modification or change?
In terms of what? Just so I can understand a bit better.
So, for example, if there was, say, a change in space, for example, moving taking some of that front window positioning and turning it into retail versus having such big footprint upstairs and having some of the library upstairs or meeting rooms upstairs. I'm just looking at that design and thinking, are we going to get the best bang for buck?
The building's fully consented, so we've got limited ability to make those types of wholesale changes to it.
Any other questions? Yes?
I just wondered if you heard Ms Doig comment that this is going to be the new physical, visible heart in an overarching way of connecting the South Dunedin community, which was one of the reasons that the South Dunedin Community Network was established.
Yes, we did hear that. I mean, I think one of the, so, you know, as mentioned, we have done a considerable amount of engagement in the community, and we have re-engaged with the original co-design group and ensured that they have been brought back on the journey for this particular location of the library. And that has involved a lot of work where we've been able to align ourselves with the South Dunedin Futures Network, South Dunedin Future team, and the amount of community engagement that they also do. So it's been a big group effort across the organisation to engage with the community in really authentic ways.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I've heard lots of positive feedback about it as well. Some of the concerns people have, though, is that it's going to be so popular that people will rush in to see it, and if they drive, there'll be limited places for them to park. And some of the businesses apparently have voiced concern about those parks going to the library people, and that then there won't be enough in that area. And I know some of the long-time South Dunedin advocates have been really concerned about that. I'm just wondering if there's anything we have in mind for that.
The parking has been outlined, well, you know, the transport update is in the report. But what I would say is that we've had a number of conversations with community groups, with business groups, with age concern. All sorts of people have raised the parking and transport issues with us, and we have had and continue to have ongoing positive, constructive conversations around where that work is at and what the parking landscape looks like in South Dunedin.
So Gary?
Have you had feedback from the business community there? Because it would be my thought that once the library's open, there'll be so much foot traffic that it's going to revitalise the businesses there. Do they understand that?
Yes, they have. They come along to our engagement. They are fully on board. One of the things that they have been really concerned about is that businesses go into that building and then they're in competition with existing businesses on the street. So they have, voiced that really clearly to us as to what their expectations are for the kinds of organisations that would have a footprint in that building.
Do we have any idea of the increased foot traffic? Do we have any kind of estimations about the visitations we're expecting from the pop-up facility that we have?
It's like comparing, bananas and apples, really. This building will, and the community hub, the library, everything will be will provide considerably more foot traffic than the existing pop-up. But the existing pop-up as a concept of proof has been an important place for the community in terms of library and DCC service. But this takes that concept and kind of blows it out of proportion, really, in terms of comparing what that might be. Yeah, but the community, community feedback has been incredibly positive.
Kia ora, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Chair. So out of on number 34 on page 73, the 31 car parks located in Rankelia Street, the 19 car parks located in Cameron Street, 78 DCC parks, all of those, is it correct to say they're already existing car parks? Is that correct? Yes, that's what I thought. So the feedback I've had from someone who does a lot of work in South Dunedin is that those parks there are already used, like every day they're pretty much full. Their concern is that because they're already at capacity, where do we go from here?
As Ms Wikaida has indicated, transport and parking in South Dunedin is going to be an ongoing conversation. And because we can't necessarily predict what sort of numbers the library is going to bring to the area, it's something we'll probably need to revisit with you. At the moment, for example, Rankelia Street is free parking, it's all-day parking, so it doesn't create a lot of movement in that space, and perhaps that becomes part of a conversation going forward of how we create turnover there to support the retailers, businesses and library in the area.
Any more questions? Right, I'm very happy to move that the Committee A notes the South Dunedin Library and Community Complex SDLCC update report. B notes the attachments to this report. Number 1, attachment A, SDLCC floor plans, and 2, attachment B, SDLCC King Edward Street render of external design. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Mayhem. And speaking very briefly to this report, I just acknowledge Councillor Anne Turvey. I know she's passed away. I'd like to acknowledge her daughter who came to annual plan, maybe not this year, but last year. And finally, I just want to acknowledge, well, not finally, or just, I acknowledge all the whānau and communities of South Dunedin. I've been waiting a long time since 1989 amalgamation, and finally we have reciprocated. As you may not know, or you may know, that was the promise that a library would be built in exchange for the South St Kilda Borough County amalgamating with us, with little choice. So finally, look forward to the opening day, and again, congratulations and much gratitude to the staff who just keep on working. Kia ora. Councillor Gary?
On a positive note, so I've been in local government for 17 years, and this was one of 3 projects at grassroots level for the city. One being the Mosgiel Pool, we've built that. Second one, the South Dunedin Library, these are in no particular order. We're looking forward to the opening day. And the third one, colleagues, the Peninsula Connection. I just had to add that in to put a positive spin on the end of the day.
Any other speakers? Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Thank you. I declare the motion is carried. Items for consideration by the chair. Yes, Councillor. Yeah.
It's not. I don't know if it's this committee or not, and I don't really know necessarily if it's the right place. But I happened to be reading the Guardian just 2 days ago, and it's the 100th anniversary of Janet Frame's birth. And the University of Otago is doing something, and it was in this Guardian article. There's something going on in Christchurch, there's something going on in London. This is the city of a birth and the city of a death. What are we doing from City of Literature perspective? Can I just get a call back from that?
I think there is an event that has been held at the Hocken Collections.
Well, there's one being held. I just found it up at.
Okay. We're invited, weren't we?
reading Janet Frame, and it's at the Barclay Theatre in the museum, running all day on the 30th, next Friday. But that's the university doing it. We've got a City of Literature.
Okay.
She's probably one of our most famous.
We have an event this Friday, a City of Literature event, which I think everybody is coming to or has been invited to. Yes, it's the celebration of 10 years of the City of Literature, but there is a part in the beginning of that event that will acknowledge Janet Frame, I understand. It is. Yeah. It's in your calendars, apparently. Well, it wasn't advertised in the event because the event's been set up, and for a wee while. But I understand that the event itself will acknowledge Janet Frame.
A resolution to exclude the public. I move that the committee, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting, namely C1, grant subcommittee minutes of the 18th July 2023, public excluded meeting. C2, grant subcommittee minutes of the 19th July 2023, public excluded meeting. And C3, South Dunedin Library and Community Complex financial update report. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Awesome. Yeah. Seconder is Councillor Mayhem. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Thank you. That motion is carried, and I will move that we have an adjournment of 10 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for seconding. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. We'll take that time to have the public move.